G'day everyone, how are we all doing? Let you all flitter. Flitter? Is that a word? Flutter through. I think that's what I was looking for. How are we all doing anyway? We're here at the John Nicholls medal. Watch along. Let me know if it's appeared on your app. Conflicting stories. Some are saying it will appear at 6:50. Some are saying it will appear at 6:20. Let's work it out. But welcome, everyone. Hope we're all doing really well. We're excited, as always. G'day, Toby. Go, Patrick Cripps. G'day, John. Cripper. I reckon Cripper will win with a good shout. You'd say it'd be very stiff if you win the best player in the league and you don't win the best player in your club. But who knows? We've got some special guests tonight. G'day, how you doing, Michael? G'day, Uga, how you doing, mate? G'day, Lewis. I think Cripps will win it. Big night ahead indeed. So let me know if you are on the app and you see it. Alert me. G'day, Will, how you doing, mate? Alert me in the comments when you see it. Hopefully you enjoy Global Sports Investor. Hopefully you enjoy. Well, we're here sat and we'll take you through it. We'll skip out the boring parts and we'll take the piss out of the boring parts, no doubt. You never know, do you, Bryce? Thanks, mate. Money on Cripps. I'm with you, mate. I'm with you. Just let me know if anyone sees it appear on the app. Because knowing Carlton and their apps, it's going to be very bizarre, isn't it? It's going to be very bizarre. It'll be hidden away somewhere. Some kind of mythical learnings, but it's definitely not there for me. Docs and Cripps for the tie, says Terry. For the tie. Sardi top three. I reckon Cripps, Docs, Sard, Kerno, Hewitt. Imagine if Plowman finishes top three. Thank you, Lana. It'll make my day if Plowman finishes top five. Oh, stream starts at 6:50. Okay, so that's all right. Well, we've got all sorts. We've got some special guests. We've got some fun and some thrills. Thank you very much, David. I said I'd change the jacket. I'd mix it up. If you work with me, though, you will have seen this jacket before. But this is new to you, so that's good. I'm looking forward to it. You know, as usual, I've got a bit of chest fungus going on. Oh, they've got it all going on here. Yeah, Kerno, you'd imagine. I mean, just to take you through it, we've got a lot of awards on offer tonight. It's not just the John Nicholls medal, the highest honour at the club. We have Best Clubman. We have the Spirit of Carlton, which embodies the spirit of Carlton. That is the description on and off the field. Inner Blue Ruthlessness, which is for someone brave, resilient and committed. We've got the William A. Cook, which is the members' votes, which is interesting. The Best Young Player, the Coaches Award, and the Players' Player Award. So a few of them to get through. Thank you very much, Lana. Thank you very much, Count for Life. Yeah, you're all very nice. You're all very nice. But I'm with the consensus. I'd imagine Cripps will do it. I think there'll be a surprise there. I do think there'll be a surprise. There always is. Cotters for Best Clubman. Tough award. Surely that goes to George Hewitt, doesn't it? Wouldn't you say? Players' Player. Who do we reckon's the most popular? Because that's all that is. It's a popularity award. Be an interesting one. So someone be my guide on the app. Doc says Rhonda. Fisher top five. Can we watch? Yep. So Toxic. It should be on the Carlton app. My sources tell me 6:50. So there we are, 6:50. Let that sink in. I'm very good, Nicky. Living the dream. How are you? So I'm looking forward to this. Best Clubman Chera. Could be. I mean, that's most popular Plowman. You know what? I would love if Plowman won an award. We got, this is the first one we watch, isn't it? With Luke Sayers. as our mercurial hero. Did we watch last year's? Did we? I can't remember. I do so many live streams, they all merge into one. What do I think of Pie Cost? Who's Pie Cost? Hey, Quinton, you never know, though. Walsh, most courageous. Kennedy for best clubman. We'll try and guess them, right? Let's do it. Let's do it. So, John Nicholls were unanimous with Cripps. Best clubman. So, the description of this is lives the Carlton values beyond just his teammates, but the club. So, best clubman. Kennedy suits that bill, doesn't he? Sam Doherty suits that. Saad, good shout. That's a tough one, that, isn't it? Spirit of Carlton is awarded to the player who embodies the Carlton spirit. The spirit of the Carlton could be Doc, couldn't it? Couldn't it? Do you know what I mean? I reckon spirit of Carlton will be Doc. Best clubman, I think, might be Bam. The Inner Ruthless Awards, I reckon that's Hewitt's, innit? Smokey J Sauce, great shout, chat. Sada win something, has to, after the year. All right, it's Coach's Award. Lob, Coach's Award could be Plowman. William Cook Trophy, the player with the most votes by the members of Cowtonians. So Cowtonians from memory are very posh, aren't they? How do you get into the Cowtonians? What do you have to do? Let's have a read. Oh, it's a Cottery group. Business identities, corporate investors. Yeah, not for me. But that'll be tough. That'll be someone very posh, won't it? That'll be someone that's really appealing. Probably Cripps. Half money. Sammy, you can watch it on the Carlton app in 20 minutes, brother. Why didn't I go? I didn't get tickets. My mate was getting tickets and screwed up, and all we had left was the 75 ones, and I had paying money to watch other people have fun. Is the lawyer going to join? Who's the lawyer? Is he inferring Terry? Be a multimillionaire, mate. Not the kind of shit that Pom's into, mate. Man of the people, my friends. Oh, mate, man of the people. Man of the people. Best young player, 21 years of age, 10 games or less. What do you reckon? I reckon that's Jesse Motlop. We are, Albert, mate. Hey, I'm weird. Don't like them things. All right, don't like it. Well, I was in a meeting all day when they got released, and my mate was like, I'm not doing anything. Then texted me going, couldn't get him. Wow, what the fuck are you doing? Interesting that. Young player. Terry, the league where you go. Yeah, Tez is there. Pommy Award. Cheers, Quentin. A Pommy Award. Well, if I was giving a Pommy Award out, it would be Charlie Kerner. Young player, Motlop. Yeah, I reckon Motts gets that. And then the other one's player's player. So who's really popular in the group? I'd say Doc would be a shout for that as well, wouldn't he, after the year he's had? You'd imagine he'd be high up the voting. Coaches Award. It's always hard to know who the coach is like, isn't it? You know who appeared a lot in the Coaches Awards in Carlton was surprising to many as well. He got a lot of votes, but Saad did. If I was giving an award out, yeah, Kerno will win it. Cripps' lawyer. Be a great shout, wouldn't he? Shooing for that, one would imagine. Let's have a look. Adam Saad, most popular. He'd be up there, wouldn't he? Surely. Cottrell, that's a good shout, that. Faz. It's a good shout. Let's have a wee look-see. This app, can I just say, Carlton's app, does anyone else think might be one of the worst apps in the world? Then again, all the AFL apps are shite. You would have thought they would have had like a link and you could have just waited. Can I just say that when people ask for a shout out and then their names are obviously not real names? It rained a few nights ago. I didn't come down in it. It is terrible. I'm glad it's not me. I don't get it. You know, the AFL needs to give a little bit more freedom, I think, to the AFL clubs to be a little bit more creative. Kennedy or Hewitt for the coach's walk, said Frank. I reckon that's a good shout as well. I reckon that is a very good shout. Cripps for the win or Dot. I think the AFL, Tony, tie their hands. Tie their hands. My homeland is up shit creek. Is that because we've got Liz Truss? So what happens when you get a Conservative MP, mate? And I have a special guest. The effervescent, the brilliant, the splendid. Got Tori, how are you doing?
Hello, how are you?
Oh, you know, can he complain? What happened there? I didn't do that. Where is she? Well, we've lost Tori. I think we've got her back, have we? Hey, she's back.
I have no idea what's happening.
That's all right. I often don't. How are you? What's she do? Tori's letting me down here. Yeah, she's keeping me. Technical difficulties from Tori. We will get to. Oh, wait, she's back. Tori's back. Hi, Tori.
Having some Wi-Fi issues, but we're here. I got there.
How are you?
Did it. I'm good. I'm excited.
You're excited. Tori had a nightmare getting here tonight, even though she's coming from home.
It was a trek. It took me an hour and 50 minutes to get from where I was to home. I was about 15 minutes away and it started pouring. So that was fun. But we're here. We made it. We're ready to go.
I'm looking forward to your guidance through. I believe it starts at 6:50 on the telly or on the app.
Yeah.
So that is exciting.
We've seen a few things so far. A few of the boys and a few girls too. They're looking lovely.
They are, aren't they? I saw that Mr. Jack Silvani and Wheaterin did a video call together. They sharp in their suits.
A video call?
Yeah, I think it was a video call. It looked like the screenshot they were doing.
The Be Real.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, there we are.
Yeah.
Tori's good at this. She understands POM.
I know what you're talking about. No, they look good. We need
a Tori award. I agree. We should have a Tori award to give out.
That'd be great.
Who would you give the Tori award to?
Who would I give the Tori award to? To a player?
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah.
Well, obviously. Ooh, it's a hard one. Look, I'm gonna go this year. My award goes to Harry Mackay because I love Harry Mackay, if anyone knows. So we'll keep it at that.
I think he deserves it. He's probably didn't have a good year as last year, but he did perform pretty well, didn't he?
He did what he needed to do. He was Charlie's helping man, so I like the combo. They go all right.
Do you reckon Charlie will kick more goals or Harry next year?
I'm hoping it's equal. Maybe like a Coleman draw.
A safe answer. I like it.
Can they do that? Can they draw the Coleman? Surely.
They can do. And I mean, I'd imagine it'd be easier as well, wouldn't it, if they drew it when they're together and they can just share it, like have a week each, the medal.
Or do they make multiple medals?
You'd imagine they'd share. the AFL's got limitless budget, hasn't it? You'd imagine they just buying up one. I'll just tell Harry to keep. I mean, they didn't have to give them any more, do they? They could just say, just rewear your old ones.
Well, they've won them. Now they each have one each, so why not? They wouldn't need it.
They just re-hand it out.
Exactly. Just pretend that it's new. Why not?
Has your app shown anything about the BNF?
I'm like refreshing. I can't see a thing.
To answer your question, John, it's still not on ours either, my friend. So
no. I was hoping they were. I hope they were going to post just a link or like an email or anything, maybe.
You never know. It's Carlton Football Club. They like to keep you guessing. Let's be honest.
Exactly.
So what are we expecting to see tonight from the players and the players' wives? Are you looking out? Will anyone go wacky?
I don't think so. They might be, but I don't know if it's the event that they go wacky with it. You know what I mean? It's not broadcasted enough that they have to show up these fancy designers. I reckon there'll be some great outfits, but if there's anything out of the ordinary, no, probably not.
Well, what are we looking for? Just imagine that I'm a man and my state of shopping is I just leave my wife to it and tell her she looks nicer than the day.
I feel like here's the issue. All the guys are wearing the same thing. All the boys, they all have their Carlton ties on in a suit, so we're not going to see much out of them. I don't know. It's a hard one. I think everyone's going very sleek and elegant of what I've seen so far. Like a lot of black, actually. I say that as I'm wearing black myself, but a lot of black, a lot of silk kind of vibes.
It does seem that way. I'm having a little stalk on Instagram. I mean, I see what you mean. Like the guys have literally copied each other.
They're literally all wearing the same thing. There was a photo of Corey Durnan, Motlop, and Jack Carroll. They look like three twins. Identical.
Yeah, I can also see Jesse Motlop, the only one using a beer cooler as well.
Look at that. I can't.
Yeah, I can.
Look at that.
See it.
I can't. The light's going to bug. There we go.
Look at
them. Little cuties. But all the same, matching.
Yeah, I always think that you can. The problem is wearing a suit. It's hard to be exciting.
Are they allowed to wear something else? Because even like the photo of Jack and Weeders, they're wearing the same thing. They all have the Carlton tie on. Do they just have to wear the Carlton tie?
I think the Carlton tie might be mandatory, but I would imagine they'd have a little bit of freedom with like shirt and style of suit. I mean, maybe it's a Carlton club deal and they all get a suit.
Rent a suit for the night.
You never know. Do you know what I mean? Some sports clubs in the UK, I know that they have their own special suit, so everyone's uniform, but I'd like to see them a little bit relaxed. It'd be nice to see a bit of creativity.
Yeah, someone come in something different. Same as the Brownlow. They all wear the same thing. Always very
your
similar.
own club award, they should let them a little bit of freedom, shouldn't they? Show a bit of personality.
They should. No, I agree.
Well, I suppose it's all about the ladies, isn't it?
It is. I don't know how. Like, I'm assuming there's plenty, but I don't know how many there's gonna be. I'm hoping for.
Well, last time I went to the Brownlow and the BNF, I think which was the last time we were legally allowed to go. I think there was some of them brought their mums. I always thought that was a cute touch, bringing your mum or your sister.
No, I get that. It's cute, definitely cute.
That is cute, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? Like, I'd probably do the same as well.
Yeah, well, if you don't have a partner, who else are you going to bring? Your mum's next best, I'd say. Yeah, first best.
Put an ad up on Instagram.
Look, I saw Harry Mackay took his mum to the Brownlow, and I put my hand up straight away. Didn't get an invite today, but maybe next year. We'll see how we go.
I think that'd be a great way to meet someone. Just put it up on Twitter.
Exactly.
First person in is my date.
I'm on Twitter
So
24/7, so I think I'd win.
you do well. I do believe Terry has it in the works, so you can come and hang out with us for Christmas, have a beer and stuff. So get excited for that, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Mrs. Pom. They are. You get service here.
Lovely.
So Tori, you'll come to our Christmas party, won't you?
I'll try. I'm coming to Melbourne, not this week, next week. So I'll be there for 5 days. So I'm trying to catch up with as many people as I can while I'm down there. But if I can come back, we'll see. We'll see how we go. Depends when it is. I'm told Terry to keep me updated. I haven't heard much.
Yeah, I don't know any official dates. I'd love to be the expose right now, but he did say to me last week that he will get something set in stone and let everyone know, because it'd be good to meet everyone, have a beer and say hello. Christmas time.
Definitely.
So we're getting 9 minutes away.
Mm.
It's exciting. What are you wearing tonight, Tori? Have you gone elegant?
I've just very simple, very plain, just a little black number, nothing too fancy. I was a little bit strict on time, so the rush to find something to wear was bad. But I got there.
You've nailed it.
You've nailed it, simple. I think. Simple.
Where's the Queen of Chat, Carl? She'll be in the chat somewhere. She's lurking. She texted me earlier saying she was going to join us a bit later. So don't fear, but we are about 8 minutes away. So I'm excited about this. Terry's going to try and say hello. He's going to find where the cameras are. So those watching at home, he said he was going to try and get his head on the camera. So
I'm still trying to find it.
That can be a little game, but everyone keep refreshing your apps and let me and Tori know if you find it before us. But surely they email it.
I've been refreshing everything. I'm getting nothing.
Well, the website's very vague. It just says it will be. I'm trying to get on camera too. Who's texted me that? If you've just texted me,
got no
idea.
I have
no idea who that is. But if you are in chat, let me know. Let me know who that is. That's creepy. That tell ya, little stalker.
How'd they get your number?
Pom, are you joking?
Maybe you just forgot to add them as a contact.
It is a new phone, so it may be. Oh, sorry, it's Jazz. Sorry, it is a new phone. I literally got it last week, so all my numbers aren't saved on this new SIM card, but I've got the same number, as you can tell. Love you, Jasmina. I'm sure you look lovely.
Oh, sorry. She did us. She was meant to be here with us, but she got a better offer.
Jasmine, you did actually scare me though, because you texted that as soon as I said it, and I was like, "Who the hell? Okay, he's that quick." Love you. Hope Marchbank wins something.
Hope you see him. Hope you get a photo. I know you're watching. Clearly.
Imagine that. How good that would be to see Jazz with Marchie.
I don't know if I need to text her and tell her to FaceTime me if she runs into Harry Mackay or anyone for that matter. I feel like I need to be present in the moment.
I want her. She should jump on here with Marchbank.
That's an idea.
I mean, we can get an exclusive Marchbank interview.
We're getting somewhere here.
I think we should. Well, 6 minutes. Everywhere I've looked, 6:50, they reckon. And the Queen of Chat is in the chat as well. For those asking, good day, Carls. So 6:50. If it's not there, we'll panic.
I like to stress us out.
I'm calm.
Didn't they say 6:30?
Yeah, you see, if you go on the website, it says will be streamed 10 minutes before the event starts. In brackets, it says 6:30 Australian Eastern. And then if you click yesterday's post, coverage starts 10 minutes before the event, 7 p.m. So
maybe they've the 6:30 was more for the guests actually getting there.
I'm
worried we're not going to get a blue carpet.
Makes no sense. But if you read the first article they did, which was 2 days ago, has Adam Sard, it says 10 minutes before 6:30. And then yesterday's update is 10 minutes before. So it's one of them times. We'll hope it's
really like leave it to the last minute, don't they?
Do you remember last year we did this? Do you remember?
I don't.
Okay, the last time they did this, it was like 2000 from memory, and the stream like kept cutting out.
Oh no!
And like some people logged in and it just said Carlton Media, but you could hear it, and then some people had footage and no sound. Really bizarre, but I do remember doing the watch along for that. And watching it on like 8 devices, and between 8 devices I could hear it. So
let's hope they've fixed it up. Nice and seamless night, manifesting easy, breezy.
Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I think that's the first thing. I'm assuming if they start at 6:57, we're going to get like a red carpet, I would imagine. But I also reckon there's someone doing commentary.
I asked, I said, is there going to be a blue carpet? And they told me there was. So
there has to be, because
Carlton spoke a different. If it's there, why would they not? That's what the people want to see. That's why we're here.
I agree. See, Quinton remembers it. It was terrible, wasn't it? It was so funny though, because it was so bad, and it gave me a lot of content. But it's hard carrying Carlton Football Club. It's hard work carrying it. It's going to be the first time we see Luke Sayers as well, really, in action. I'm looking forward to seeing that.
I think there's a few things. I reckon it's going to be a good night. Oh, what's that? Sorry, I thought there was a link. Nope.
I got excited too. I mean, I would have thought, the most logical thing Carlton could have done, they've got a YouTube channel. Just put it on the YouTube channel.
Stream it live. Why not?
Like, why does it have to be on the app?
Last time, they did members only. Is tonight members only?
I don't believe so. No, I think it's free for all, which I said last year it makes sense when they did it members only, because anyone can buy tickets.
Yeah.
So why would you make this event members only? Like, but who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows with Carlton? I've stopped trying to work out. Simply Demetria says, Tori, you look delicious on Twitter.
She loves me, that one.
I hope I didn't massacre you. I hope I didn't massacre your name as well if you're out there.
Demi. We call her Demi.
If your name's not like 4 letters, we struggle around these parts. Pom looking smart. I try. I try. I do scrub up well. There we are. Exactly. Tori is on another level. See, look, the fans love you, Tori.
Stop it.
Yeah. See? Go far.
I had no doubt they loved me. Don't be silly.
Hey, you know what I mean? It's very, very exciting. It's very exciting. We're all over Twitter as well. People watching us in their living rooms.
I know. I can then keep getting tagged in things.
Do you know what I mean? It's good. If we're coming to you from your living room, that is very exciting. Tori, who do you think's winning tonight? Everyone's heard my prediction. Who do you think's winning the big one?
I reckon, I feel like it's going to be Paddy Cripps, but with these ones you don't know because it's a different voting system, obviously. I'd like to see the consistent effort and like performance over the season. I think Sam Doherty overall just killed the game, but he is up for a few awards tonight, I think, old Doc. So we'll see. We'll see.
Should be. No, I agree. I think he definitely deserves to be there, doesn't he? Because it's a great story for the club as well. Like, I find that weird. This time last year, there was talk that he might retire. He might not even live. It was some of the rumours I remember reading and hearing about the severity. And the fact that we're talking about him potentially winning the best player at the club is an absolute amazing story.
Yeah, very, very, like, just crazy. It still blows my mind. I get goosebumps every time I watch something or listen to something about it. So, no, it's good. I hope he's up there, top 5, hopefully.
I think he'll win an award. There's loads of awards he can win as well. Spirit of Carlton, I think he would be a brilliant winner of.
Yeah.
It's 6:50, and unless I'm blind...
Nope, not blind. Nothing there.
Come on, Carlton. You know what I mean?
And you might tweet at them and tell them to hurry up.
I mean, worst case scenario, Carlton do tweet the winners as they happen. So
they should be. They should be.
Have you seen it?
Have I seen what?
The link?
No.
Oh, I thought you said it should be. And I was like,
no, they should be live. They should be live tweeting what happens.
Yeah, so we can just make it up as we go along. I mean, like, I'm going to be honest, having been to 2 of these events, they are literally just a lot of talking. It's like the Brownlow, but Carlton.
Well, it's awards night. What else would it be at awards night, Pom?
I don't know. I just like a little bit more entertainment.
They need to get you up to do some stand-up comedy or something, I think.
I'm with you. Like for me, I just think I don't like the votes. This is going to be controversial to Australians. I find the votes are the most boringest thing. Like, what a weird... Like, just give us the win. Just give us who wins. Like, I don't need to know the workings. Just say, Cripps won. Cool. Brilliant. Move on.
Isn't that the exciting part is, like, especially the Brownlow, because it was so close, the count's what makes it exciting. I want to know how they got there.
yeah, just post it. You know what I mean? Like, imagine how good the Brownlow would be if it was 10 minutes. If they went 10-1.
No, I like the count, Pom. I can't agree with you on this one.
Fair enough. Like, just let them have a beer or something. Do you know what I mean? That would be more entertaining for me. But
yeah.
That's just me. There is no link, Terry. It's not you, my friend. Lachlan, it's meant to start at 10 past, so I'd assume 7.
You think they would, like, send out the link and just have, like, a holding screen or something, like a waiting room?
It's... Well, I mean, there is no mention of it on the app, which worries me. Like, on the website, it says John Nicholls medal live tonight. And on the app, all I've got is women's football, which does worry me, I've got to say, to an extent. Like, but I don't know. I don't work for the club, I'm afraid. 7:40 is the first 6 rounds. Oh, we got ages then. We got an hour.
Plenty of time.
Safe. So what did you see what the wonderful Jasmina was wearing?
I actually was the one that helped her pick it out. I got a FaceTime call at 11 a.m. With some options. She posted it on Twitter, so if you want to go look, go to Simply Jasmina on Twitter and her outfit is there.
She did PM me before asking pink or black shoes. And
what did she go with? She went with the black. I told her pink. I said to change it up a bit.
You see, I told her that she looked elegant and understated, so I'd stay with the black and just work it.
We wanted a pop of colour though. All black's fun, but where's the colour?
Well, she looks wonderful. Good day, Bella. Good day, Patrick. She looks wonderful. As I said to her, if she walked in and she was my date for that I would be wowed. So I always think that's a good thing. If I'm like,
that is a good
yeah,
thing.
you'll do. That's good. That's a high compliment as well for a northerner. If a northern male says you'll do, that's number one. That's that. You can't go higher than that.
Fair point.
Oh, mate, my wife does. When I say she'll do a lot to my wife.
Who else
So
have
that's
I
a high
seen?
accolade.
Kira, she looks amazing. I don't know if you've seen what she's
I
wearing.
haven't seen the princess
It
of
was
Princess
on,
Parks.
it was on Instagram, so I got to look, but she looks good. Love it.
I tell you what,
She did black as well, a black dress.
Tell you what, we will embarrass my favourite girls. Here you are, look, chat. Wow, oh wait, that's the background. I won't do that to them. I won't have them behind us. That's rude and obnoxious. Here we are. This is the wonderful Kira from AFLW. Look at her, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh!
She's gone the silky black number. Look at her.
I predicted it.
Look at that, Kira. Tell you what, you see her here just looking understated. And look at her there, nailing it.
She did well. She always does well. She's been to a few awards this year, and she's killed it every time.
She's getting very famous, is our lovely Kira.
She is.
Loving Pommy girl advice. Hey, I am married with kids, so do you know what I mean? You could say that it works. Do you know what I mean? I've got proof it works. Proof it works. But yeah, I should have gone the pink number. I would love a pink suit like Robbie Williams. I would love a pink suit like Robbie Williams.
Can I interrupt? Because the Carlton Instagram is posting some blue carpet interviews like they're being filmed, but we can't see it.
Is everyone logged into their Carlton app? Or
actually, that's probably a good thing.
I'm going to log into my app now. Wow, you were right, Pommy. What was I right about? You would do a pink suit very well. I occasionally rock the pink shirt and things. I always say if you ooze masculinity like I do, you don't fear pink.
I am logged in and still nothing.
Yeah, I was going to say I've got nada. Like, honestly, this app looks like someone who's 12 has made it. Pom, dye your hair pink. I don't think my hair will dye pink. It's as black as my soul, my hair. Dark hair. Carlton app is giving me nightmares. Yeah, wow.
I just had a Geelong supporter comment on my tweet. I asked Carlton where the link was, and they said that Geelong didn't live stream theirs. So hope it's not the same, because that'll stress me out. But did they not say it would be streamed?
They've said it 3 times.
So surely.
Yeah, well, surely. I mean, we'll make free. We're professionals here at Blue Abroad. Do you know what I mean? Them not streaming.
The show must go on.
I've done live streams when Carlton have lost by 100, so I'm used to no content and making it happen. So
you do well.
I mean, here we are. Azza, Tori looks gorgeous. Also, I like the look of. Look at this, Tori. Tell you what, the compliments are hot in the chat at the moment.
They are.
You know what I mean? Like the biggest compliment I get is Pom's not as much of a knobhead as I thought he was. So that's always a benefit. Robbie Cook starts at 7:10. Tell you what, thank you for the donation and thank you for the 5th different time.
Ooh, it's up on the website. We have someone in the. Let me have a look.
Oh, it is as well. Oh, wait. Was it?
No, I'm not getting anything. Oh, wait. They're really making us work for this.
This, honestly, Carlton, if anyone from Carlton Football Club is watching right now, yes, I've found it. Go on the website, click the Carlton link. Tell you what, I'll post it in comments. This is what I do for you guys.
Watch it live.
Hey, look at this. It is there. There you are. It's in the chat for you. Uncle Pommy comes through. Thank you very much, chat, for helping me through. So, even though it says, please make sure you have the app installed, it will be on the, not the app. So, there you are. Check that out.
Today.
There you are.
Okay.
That's crisis averted.
I still can't find it.
Here, look, I'll send you it, Tori.
Yeah, send it through.
Right, where is Tori? There she is.
Got it.
Hey, don't worry. I'm here all week, ladies and gents. Carlton, if someone at Carlton is watching this stream, though, I shouldn't have to work that hard. You know what I mean? You're not paying me.
All right.
So we've got the holding screen. So hopefully everyone starts the same, because I have a horrible feeling if Quinton is in chat as well, that app, if it logged you out or something and you refreshed it, you were an hour behind everyone. There was no scroll bar. So let's hope that doesn't happen again, because that is going to be a nightmare.
You guys were a little bit behind on the Brownlow one.
That's because we had to watch it through the 7 app.
Yeah, it wasn't good.
And then Terry went and had it on his TV, and his TV volume was like 300.
I was FaceTiming Jazz, and hers was like at least 5 to 10 seconds. So when it came to the last vote, I had to mute her, turned off the camera, couldn't look at her until my result came through on my TV.
It is, yeah, honestly, it is stupid. It is one of them weird things. For those asking at home as well about the Carlton vote system, all the coaches give a vote 1 to 4. So 4 is an exceptional performance, 3 is very good, 2 is good, and 1 is what is expected. So I believe there's a maximum of 12 from memory that can be allocated. It's not on the app. I posted the link, Nick. Look, I'll do it again, Webby, because I love you. I won't do this all the time, though.
Oh my God, I might just tweet it. Tweet the link.
Actually, great shout. Tell you what, this is why we got Tori here. She is the brains of the outfit. Tell you what, I've just seen Jasmina's tweet. Jesus H. She is really rocking it, isn't she? Right, here we are. Where's the link of our Carlton thing? There we are. Tell you what, thank you very much as well, all the wonderful people who are tuning in and tweeting us. That is wonderful. You guys and girls watching us at home are legends. What is the hashtag for Carlton?
The hashtag?
What
Oh, for the... Oh, I don't know. Oh, yeah, JN Medal 2022, I think. That's what I'm seeing. Okay. Maybe. Carlton haven't posted... I'm hoping they post one.
There we are. I've posted the link. If you're following me on Twitter, at Pommy and Oz, you should click it. And
they got there eventually.
It should be starting.
I probably should.
But nothing's happening. Ah, dear. You know what they should do next year? Just give me and Tori front row seats.
I agree. We'll live stream it for you.
Yeah, I mean, we could sit there now at the front, grabbing people off.
I think they should just get get us on the blue carpet and we should do the interviewing. Let Blue Abroad take over, I say. They don't have to do it. Got it.
I totally agree. Robbie, again, with another $3. Evidently, it is on the app. I'll check that. I will verify that as well for the app fans out there. Is it hidden away like it is on the main website?
Probably.
Here we are. Let me do what I did. Oh, yeah. I can confirm. G'day, Cam. How are you doing? As he's affectionately known on Twitter, Camilla. Hope you're doing well. It is officially on Carlton's app as well. I would say it's probably better watching it on your computer. The wonderful Jack Ginnivan is in chat. I saw you turn up on your scooter, mate. Good luck at the Copeland Trophy, I believe you guys call your Mickey Mouse version of R1. You see, Lewis agrees. I think we should. We should literally be there. Like,
I'm expecting an invite early.
Yeah. We could have the Jumper Punch boys inside. Mars and Rocco could be drinking other people's beer and stuff.
Get me and Jazz on the blue carpet.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. G'day, Carly. How are you doing, my lovely? We've got a lot of people. We've got a lot of people in chat, and we're waiting for this to start. So hopefully, Carlton will... You would have thought they would have paid one of the interns to do like a preview.
You know what? I'll be the intern. You'd think.
Well, we've got a media junior team, haven't we? Like, we've got a university on the back of Carlton. I don't understand why you don't put them to use tonight.
They have there's a few of us here at Blue Abroad that are media students too. I don't know why they haven't asked. There's a couple.
I'm with you. I mean, I'm not a media student, but I've done the hard yards. I've swallowed that tea wrong and I'm crying. Strong tea. You should all be stuck at the waiting screen, Lachlan. Do not worry, my friend. I have still got the John Nicholls medal. Will start today. It's
today. Should be here soon.
Have you seen it though? Read the top. Live stream begins at 7 p.m.
7 p.m.
Does it?
Well, they're not wrong because it's on. It's on. I'm going to say the content starts at 7:10. It's my guess.
You'd hope so. I mean, it's
would.
really not that hard though, is it? But we will find out. Where's everyone watching from in the chat? Let us know. Are you watching at home? Barbecue? Sun lounger? Some of you have ridiculous setups, like watch it in the hot tub. I'm sorry, Quentin, crying at a cup of tea, letting the country... I am letting my own country down. It went down the wrong hole, and I did well not to cough and die on camera, so I'm doing that. Indiana's watching it from the car. Home in Adelaide. Home office. Bedroom. Saucy. I like it. Icing on the knee. Home in bed. Auckland. Late. Oh, yeah, it's you're in the future. G'day, Chris. How you doing, mate? Tell you what, people are doing some wonderful things home. And the Mooney Valley races. I love it on the couch. Tell you what, everyone's got their own place. Jack Ginnivan's watching it from the Copeland. I love it. Well done. I didn't like the fact that the tickets were hard to get. I thought the tickets were a little bit hard to get this year.
Yeah. Maybe next year.
Next year, definitely. I don't understand why they actually paid. You could pay to watch people have fun.
Yeah, I don't want to sit up the top and watch them. Fun.
Yeah, my mate. Shout out to Big Trev if my mate is there, who is there and has paid $80 to do that. I said he was a complete idiot because I'm not watching people have fun. But
when I can
fair
watch
play
it.
if you're doing it. I love you that you're doing it. But someone's watching. Sammy D and Michael are watching on the toilet. So good. International Space Station. What's the signal like up there? Manny, Dan Arthur's house. Give him a slap from me, will you? How much were they? They were $2.50 for the food and drink, and
I think that's worth it.
that is worth it. I can tell you as well that if you have 20 beers, you win. You basically make your money back. So me and Terry, when we last went, we did that comfortably. Lauren, Loz is in chat. She's watching with Camilla. G'day, Camilla. I love you, Camilla.
I love Camilla as well. And Loz, of course.
196 in hand. Is that's a drink, isn't it? Not a gun. Just got to make sure. You got to clarify these things with chat. Oh, wait. My screen's just changed. I have got Jesse Motlot, Lockie O'Brien on my screen, and now I've got some kid walking through a banner.
Yeah, I've got the same. Possibly.
Okay, cool.
No, yeah, banner.
It's happening. Ladies and gentlemen, refresh your apps.
Or don't refresh because it'll change on its own. God.
We love you too, Cam. We love you, good
you,
lady, as well. There you are. Everyone was worried. I don't know why. I told you it would happen.
7-Eleven. They're 1 minute late.
Well, I mean, technically they're 1 minute late, 40 minutes late if you count their original press release. I mean, is anyone watching this who's actually there? I did get a text from a few people who are there watching this.
I just got a text from Terry.
Yeah, if you're there, give me a beer count.
I need like nightly updates through Twitter. I'm hoping everyone posts a lot.
Yeah, I just want a beer count. Thank you for the clarification. Webby, obviously, I know you're a good guy, so I know it wouldn't have been a gun. Maybe a water gun. Nicole, that is why we're here. That is why we're here. We are stopping. We are stopping aneurysms worldwide.
I still can't.
In reference to what? Need new blood at Carlton Media. Shit so every time. It's one of them things, isn't it, Jeff? It's a weird thing when you watch Carlton Media. I don't know. Their content like this is really piss poor, I think.
Yeah, they're stealing my content at the moment. They just reposted their Be Real after I did. Not good enough.
What is Be Real? Explain that to us old people.
All right. So it's a new social media app. You add your friends on it, and pretty much you get a notification once a day, anytime in a 24-hour period, and you take a photo of your back, like it takes your back camera, and then it takes a selfie in the same moment. And it gives everyone the notification at the same time. So once a day, everyone stops and posts what they're doing in that moment, and it's to show that you're being real. That's pretty much all it is.
Makes sense. I've posted the link for those asking in chat. That is the link for the live stream, so you can watch along with us. It should be on the app as well. I haven't checked if the app's working, but it had the same thing as this. Faz, it's like Snapchat, only stupider.
I don't know. I like it. I think it's a bit different. Because it's only once. It's not like you sit on there all day posting and doing things. It's just once. You post once and you move on.
You see, Dom, a man after my own heart here. You didn't know how to be real before social media came along. Feel you, Dom. These young people don't know what it was like, but they are starting now. We do have content. They've given a round of applause for people that don't have tickets at the front. I'm not too sure about what that girl's wearing, Tori.
Not loving it. Yeah. Is it leopard print? Like, what would you call that? I don't know.
I'm glad you said leopard print. I would have said it looks like zebra print, but I don't get
zebra
it.
or stripe. No, it's a bit all over the shop. I don't know what I'm looking at. She looks lovely, but I'm not a fan of the dress.
I mean, like they you never. I can't believe Cam Dempster didn't realise what Faz's real name is. However, I didn't, and I've been his mate for a while. That girl. There we are. Well, we've got everyone. Everyone should be able to see it now, and obviously, as usual, they will be a lot. So we're going to have the president's address in 5 minutes. And then Vossi will talk, and then they'll do the rounds, and then they'll have a break. So it's very long-winded tonight. So everyone knows they drag the arse out of this. That's Pomfax for you there. It is. If you look at the itinerary, this itinerary is amazing because they managed to milk 23 rounds.
My laptop is not connecting sound-wise to my phone. No, I can't hear a thing.
I've got it on real low volume, so I can't hear it. They are doing, I believe, the welcome to the country.
Mm-hmm. I have an AirPod in for my phone. There we go. I can hear it now.
How many votes, asks Ari, will Plowman get tonight? And how big will the meltdown on Twitter be? Probably bigger than the meltdown than when Cripps got let off, I would say. So just to confirm, we have the votes in 15 minutes for the first 6 rounds. So we'll have some exciting content then. I've got to say, the quality of this stream is impeccable.
It's not going too bad.
Like, it is triple HD. I'm amazed.
At least they got that part right. I'm still mad that we didn't get to see the blue carpet.
Well, they just went. I'm guessing that they started this late.
Yeah, we'll say that. Hopefully we get some blue carpet content throughout the week. They were filming. There were photos of them filming.
I do find it weird. Yeah, I would have thought you could have really made a wonderful show out of this.
Yeah.
Harry and Tom's mum was doing the blue carpet.
Yes, it was on Instagram. I saw some of it. That was about it.
I think we had a wonderful thing. I agree with you there. As Welcome to the Countries go, I thought that was one of the better ones I've seen. You know who they hired for camera work? Well, I've got to say the camera work is impeccable. Like last year's, it was like at the back using like a camera from the 90s.
Was it just blurry? Couldn't see a thing.
Wasn't there
one? Maybe it was 2020. Wasn't there one that was just there wasn't any? There was just blue screen.
Yeah, it was the 2020 when we first had COVID and they last minute streamed it. It was like horrible. It was like they might as well have not and just text me the votes and we would have plowed through it somehow. It was a very bizarre event. But I'm assuming now we're going to have Luke Sayers.
Surely.
I feel really uneducated. Should I know who Jackie Colgate is?
I don't know who it is. What makes you feel it? Maybe I do. I don't know. I don't think I do.
It's not just me, the audio. It sounds like we're talking through water.
Oh, no.
No, not us. The stream.
Oh. I
There's
think
like
that sounds... Oh, it sounds fine on my end.
A little bit of feedback.
Oh, no. Yeah, no, there's a muffle. Yeah. A little bit.
See what you did there, Cam. That's clever. That's clever. Yeah, it's a bit of... It's not just me then. Thank you, Helena. Asking chat for help and Cam Dempster's just taking the piss. I mean, helping me out. Cheers, mate. Channel 7 Sports reporter. I genuinely don't watch TV. So, couldn't tell you who the lady is. She looks like an Audi version of our Kira, though.
Blonde version.
Yeah, like if we went to Audi and got Kira and they said, oh, I've already got the blonde ones.
I say there's a very good chance in a year's time.
Kira should be hosting this. I agree. I think Kira should be. Because she does the BNF.
Okay, we got some. The what?
She does the BNF for Coburg.
Yes. We have some photos from the blue carpet, some outfits.
Where would I be able to find these with you?
They were on Twitter. Carlton Twitter posted them. I'm assuming Instagram as well. So we got Crips and Mon, Doc and Nat, and McGovern and his partner as well.
Here we are, look. We'll play this. This is why you need to watch us, because we're going to be way more interesting than what they're talking about. Because Pom doesn't like corporate chat. So here we go. Let's have a look. See if I can bring these on the screen. Where did I just download them to? Why does Carlton use... There we are. Right. So we have... There we are. Right. Let's get them going. We've got... This is going to be... The first one will be Cripper and Mon. And Cripper and Mon, as usual, look incredibly stunning. There's our BNF Best and Fairest winner, the Brownlow winner, and his beautiful partner. Take us through that, Tori.
It's black. I called it. I'm telling you, lots of black tonight. I love it. I think she looks very elegant and stunning. I think she went a little more glitz and glam for the Brownlow, but as she should. Cripper won. But no, she looks amazing. I like it. Like the sparkle. It's good.
There is something just about that, isn't there?
Yeah, no, she looks amazing.
They've done well there. They have done absolutely fabulous.
She never misses. She always looks good.
And this one here might bring a tear to everyone's hearts. Look at the beautiful Doc and his beautiful partner.
She's black again. I think it's the theme of the night, the black dresses.
It does. It does look horrible. I do think the audio quality on the Carlton thing is completely cooked. I think you are all correct as well, if you're watching it from the TV. And here we are. I actually love this. What do you think, Tori? McGovern and his wife.
She looks beautiful. It's not... I personally can't wear purple. I'm not a great fan of purple, but I like it. She does look nice.
I think she looks stunning. And McGovern looks nice and in shape, doesn't he? He looks he's trimmed down
Fresh
with it.
and clean, yeah. Very very, very good.
I like that. And we've got a wonderful special guest joining us in Mr. Faz. Let before you speak, Faz, Tori, take me through what he's wearing.
Is that a pink jacket?
I'd like to refer to it as off pink, but yes.
Salmon. Maybe?
Yep.
I
Yep.
like
How are we all?
You took a different turn. I'm here for it. Went outside the box with the outfit tonight.
Yes, well, just give the people what they want. Very good to be here to celebrate what a wonderful season it was with no heartbreak whatsoever.
None.
Very well. Very good. I've got to say you scrub it well, Faz, and you're breaking your virginity tonight as a co-anchor.
Yeah. Yes. Well, very, very, very happy with that. It's good. It's really good. One thing I will say is very, very rarely will you see me without a hat on. So this is a pretty big deal for anyone tuning in that I actually am not wearing a hat. So yeah.
This is one of the best things I've ever heard. Did you steal that suit from Richie Beno in the 80s?
Can confirm.
So we're at the address. Now, Faz, can you confirm, and can Tori, are you watching it on the website or are you watching it on the mobile phone?
I'm watching it on the website at the moment.
Website for me. Yep.
Is yours crackling?
Oh. A little bit, but not.
My sound's
not over
down
the top.
too much. I can't tell.
Yeah.
To be honest, yeah. I've just got it on. I'd rather listen to you guys. So.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. It is very crackly, so it's not isolated. What are we expecting to see in the first 6 rounds? Tell you what, while I've got you both here. So I'll jog your memories. The first 6 rounds for the Blues. Obviously, that stunning 25-point win versus Richmond. The 12-point win versus the Dogs. The 1-point squeaky bum win versus the Hawks. The Suns, we won't talk about. 3-point win versus Port and a 35-point loss to Freo. Who do you think will be top by round 6? And chat.
Look, to me, the clear and obvious one is Cripps, I think.
Hello. Tori, who do you think will be number 1?
I was going to say the same. I think he started the year way too well to not be leading at that point. Because a few of the others missed a couple games. Like Walsh hadn't started the season, even Charlie's first round. So I reckon Cripper will take the cake for that first part.
I think it's a great thing.
I'm thinking a lot of us probably forgot how good Cripps' start to the season was. Like, we talk about the max votes someone can get per round is 16. I'd be shocked if he, other than the Gold Coast and Port Adelaide games, I mean, he'd be going 16, 16, 16, in my opinion, for the first 3. And then, and even round 6, probably 16 again. I will say this. My tip for the night is actually Doc, for the pure reason of I think he's going to get a lot of full votes, but he'll also, he never played a bad game, he didn't miss a game, didn't play a bad game. So I think it could be quite tight at the end between Cripps and Doc, but definitely after the first 6, I think Cripps will come out flying, hold on for a little bit and finish off strongly. Kind of like what he did in the Brownlow, actually.
I think you've nailed it. And anyone asking about the audio, Shay's asked and stuff, nothing I can do, Shay. That is on the Carlton Football Club. Our audio is A1. But the secret ingredient of that is there's a POM. That is it. That's the secret ingredient for all audio malfunctions. But no, I don't know.
Where would you rather be?
I mean, where would you rather be? You know what I mean? you know what I mean? Where would you rather be? I mean, yeah, come on. So, I mean, you see Faz looking like an American talk show host.
Well, that was the look I was going for. So I think everyone always says to me, you should get rid of the headset, get a mic and all that. I think the headset completes me, to be honest. I really like it.
Definite Tinder profile picture, mate.
Takes me back to my call center days.
So Tori, Luke Sayers, what do you think of? You know what's annoying me? His tie is not straight.
Yeah, it's off-centered. You know what? I hadn't noticed till you pointed it out, and now it's going to annoy me.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's one of them things. The tie.
It's just left to center, left, right, right. Just off center. It's just off center.
Yeah. No, look, you can't fault him for the job he's done in his first season, I guess, coming into the role. I think he's done a really good job. I've seen a few comments like he's not the best talker going around, which is fine. I mean, I don't particularly think we need him to be the best talker going around. We just need him to do his bloody job, and I think he is. He's got the right people in the right spots.
I think what I like about him not being perfect is a speaker is I think it makes it more real. Do you know what I mean? It's not conditioned. You can tell he's not a conditioned human being. Where I think a lot of CEOs, you get the impression they're getting a lot of media training and a lot of media help. I'd rather have a guy that maybe stutters a little bit over his words, because at least you're probably getting a bit more sincerity than a pre-prepared delivered speech.
Yeah, and I think he becomes relatable. I think he doesn't feel like he is above us, if that makes sense.
Did anyone stream just stop?
Yes.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. Just one.
It's back.
Oh, it's back.
There we go.
It sounds like the audio's been fixed, ladies and gentlemen.
Maybe that's why it stopped.
That's why you're here, Tori. That's why you're here. Yeah, observations. I like it. Yeah, my audio's better now. Maybe it was Terry. I like to think Terry was there and just pulled it out and restarted it.
Terry got up and went and helped.
I like it.
So while we watch this, he has another 3 minutes and 10 seconds, and then it should be next. But I agree with Johnny, and I don't know what you guys and girls think. To back Faz up, he could speak Swahili to me. If he wins as a flag, I don't care.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I couldn't agree more.
They updated us on the Twitter. Audio should now be fixed on the live stream. Oh, we have the official hashtags JNM 2022.
Oh, thank God, that's what I put. Yeah,
Lucky.
Thank God. A big shout out as well to the lovely Jack and Fiona Birch as well. They're watching, and much love to you watching at home. I've just got your tweet, so thank you very much, and thank you very much for everyone whinging. Exactly like Stamatiki says, whinging works, and as a POM, I can confirm. If you whinge, you usually get what you want. Shall we have a little bet between the group? He's got 1 more minute. Do you reckon he finishes before we get to 7:36? Or do you think he
these
goes
things
over?
always run over. These things always run over. 100% run over.
I reckon he goes on time.
Oh.
Calling it.
I like it.
I reckon he goes over time because he's just on Charlie Kerno.
100%. Yeah.
I am
Dear
enjoying the fact he's clapping everything he's saying. Like he's shouted out the rough, he's shouted out Kerner, and then he claps at the end of saying it. I rate that.
Yeah. No, he's certainly. I don't know. He certainly knows what he's talking about. Put it that way. He's not up there saying fluff.
You know what I like about Sayers, and I don't know what chat thinks, and I don't know what you guys and girls think. He's one of us, isn't he? Do you get the impression he's a fan first?
Yeah, I
Little
feel
bit.
that. I feel that vibe.
Like I get the impression he's a nuffy, like all of us a little bit.
He does the follows on Twitter. Follows a fair few fans.
He does. I can confirm.
Follows me.
You'll have a few followers
No,
tonight.
he's
Tori.
good. He's good. He was he appeared he appeared on this channel, didn't he?
He did appear on this channel. Did he? Does he follow you, Faz?
No, I'm not exclusive enough, unfortunately.
Disgrace.
I think
Disgrace.
the way I post, I think he tries to stay as far. I think he
It
tries
might
to stay
be
as far
risk.
away from me as possible.
Can
For
you
some of the shit
imagine
I
if Luke
post.
Sayers liked one of your "Watch Harry Mackay to Sydney" tweets?
Yeah. Hey, I don't. As I say, I deal in facts. All right. I never. What did I comment on someone the other day? Someone's like, "You taking the piss?" I never take the piss. I am always serious.
Mate, I love it. I've got to say, so far, having listened to Lagudache, the fact that he shouted out everything so far is football related. Like, we haven't had any bollocks about sponsorship, revenue, or anything like that. It's all been football department.
Yeah, and I think that's been a bit of the shift. I think in the changing of the people running the club, it seems to be a more football talk. You know, it was great. You know, and even with Kane Liddell, who used to be there, people can think what they want about him. He was very good at his job from a financial point of view. Just lacked that footballing nous, and I think that's something that's definitely shifted. You know, we've got record members, the club's got money. Now it's time to focus on what we're all here for, and that's winning bloody games of football. And I think Sayers is very big on that.
Is that something you look for, Tori?
What am I looking for? I forgot. Sorry.
The president is literally in this like 7 minutes just talked about football. He hasn't mentioned sponsors or money.
Good. It's good stuff. Still
Is
driving
that something that you care about?
No. Can't say that it is. I can't say that it is. I want to hear the good stuff.
Look,
I
I think it's important to know about the finances. I mean, the last thing I want to be is a St Kilda, for example, with no money, no fans, no facilities. So it's nice to hear, you know, the good things about what's happening at the club outside of football. But at the end of the day, they could be training in a paddock. As long as they're winning bloody games of football, I could care less.
Spot on, mate. Spot on. I do enjoy, though, that the fact that I just look for little things like that. I think it's good. I think it's good that he's more focused about winning games of football. But,
Yeah, I'm with you.
Oh. Hey, he's thanked the fans. Best fan base in the world.
Of course.
I want one of them, like, really posh Carlton badges.
Yeah, they look legit, don't they? They're pretty yeah, it makes you look important.
Well, I can confirm that he has gone so far. We have lost 19 minutes. We've lost 9 minutes.
What
There you
time
go.
is it meant to? Oh, don't worry.
That was meant to finish at past. Terry isn't the
Jeez.
best and fairest. Cal salesman Faz.
Mate, I've been called a lot of things tonight, which is a nice change of pace because usually it's go kill yourself, Faz. But, you know, it's nice to be called other things.
Oh, you get them for being a 50-year member. Oh, great. I could be dead by then.
Or being president, apparently.
I'll skip. So there's Vossi. Vossi looks hench, doesn't he, Tori? He's a big
looking
fella.
Sharp. It's looking good.
He's our
Again,
man.
he's matching. Surely they all just went all together, got their suits and their ties. Surely.
Oh, it's pretty easy.
He does remind me of at school the PE teacher we had that all the girls would listen to.
There's always one.
Actually, I've got a question for you guys and those in chat. Something that I've found myself doing really weirdly lately is seeing things pop up about Voss's playing career and they're becoming quite defensive about it because he's our coach. So, for example, like I saw something that was like, who was a better player, Voss or Buckley? And I'm like, hang on a minute, Voss, obviously, I don't care, but because he's our coach, do you know what I mean? Like, because he's one of us now, I'm starting to get quite defensive over him.
Oh, when they mentioned Brisbane.
Yeah. And they're like, oh, Voss failed as a coach as Brisbane. Hey, hang on a minute. Like, that's our boy. You know what I mean? It's very weird. Just that, I don't know, kind of that ownership of him now, even though he never played for us.
Do you feel like he's one of us now, Tori? Have you embraced him?
I embraced him the minute he walked through the door. My dad's a very big fan, always has been. So, no, I was very happy and he's done us proud for the most part. So, lots to look forward to. I think he's the one to hold up the cup with the boys. So, I'm happy with that.
I'm 100% with you. I also feel when you hear him talk, he's got a real, like Quinton says, it's a commanding voice, isn't it? Like, every time I've heard him speak publicly, he captivates. And you can imagine that captivates the players.
Yeah. No, you're right. And I don't care what anyone says. I think even if it's 1 or 2%, there is that certain level of aura because of what he's achieved as a footballer. You know, there's no disrespect, but if Michael Voss was standing there talking to you or David Teague was standing there talking to you about a football issue, who are you going to listen to? And I know that might be disrespectful, but it's just fact.
Well, I agree with you. I mean, David Teague might be able to tell you about, that time that he won a Division 4 final. But Voss is a Brownlow winner, multiple flag winner. I mean, that'll carry a little bit of weight, won't it? Tori, question in the chat. People are saying that Voss looks more comfortable in polos and shorts. He does look like a guy that likes the old tracky bottoms, doesn't he?
He does, but his tie's off center as well. No one checked these guys before they go up on stage.
The tie shit makes. I reckon the ties are not good quality.
It's just just turned a little bit.
It's one of them things that's where you really do look to your wife and your partner or your nana. Like, do you know what I mean? I think my tie's forever straightened by my wife, or when I was a kid, my nana would do it. It's one of them things that's hard to get even, I think. Unless you're Faz, who's nailed it. Look.
Wow.
That's
it's not my first rodeo.
Like Faz, you've got the fucking protractor out, haven't you, for that?
I did. I just got it styled just down here. But tell you what, it's getting warm under this light. I reckon I'll be, as the night goes on, I reckon I'll be removing a few layers. That's for sure.
Pom loving the scar face look. You know what? Until you said that, I did not notice that I could be an Italian mobster. Thank you.
No, I'm dead set. We could screenshot this, and it looks like we're just brokering some sort of deal. You know,
Yes. Have we lost Tori? Is she frozen? Oh, no, she's back. There we are. Can you hear me, Tori?
Yeah, Wi-Fi is really having a moment today. I can hear you. I can hear you.
That's
Just-
it. You just froze. It reminded me of like dating at uni. You just kind of glazed over.
Frozen.
Well, I can
Well,
officially
I
confirm
have to-
Voss.
Whoa.
Sorry.
Oh, I was gonna say I have to head off to go.
Oh.
Leave you boys to it, and my Wi-Fi is clearly having a day.
All right.
No
Well,
worries.
thank you very much, Tori. Much love. Make sure that you do check Tori out on Twitter. Tell us your Twitter handle, Tori.
It's just Tori Saros. I can pop it in the chat so you all can see. Make sure to follow.
I'll tell you
Good
what.
banter.
Make it nice and easy for you all.
I will do that for the chat. There you are. Look in the chat. Go and give Tori some love. We're trying to get her to catch Jasmina.
Thanks, Tom.
So give us some support. But thank you very
Yeah.
much, Tori.
We'll
Much
get
love.
there. Love
Bye,
you
Tori.
guys. Bye.
And then there was two. How are you doing,
Oh.
Faz?
I'm very good, my man. Now the boys, let's get up to some trouble. All right.
That's right. That's it.
Who
No
we-
one's watching us now.
Who are we burying? You know, a bit rude. I'll say this, a bit rude. I'm assuming there are plenty of Collingwood supporters tuning in at the moment because why would the fuck would you want to watch the Copeland when you could be watching the John Nicholls? Bit rude of them to schedule their secondary awards night on the same night as ours, as far as I'm concerned. Very rude.
I think they did it last time as well, from memory.
Mate, look, they just jealousy is a curse. Jealousy is a curse, and they hate us because they ain't us. And good luck to them.
Hey, no, I agree with you. And I can confirm as well that we are now officially have lost 11 minutes. So Sayers cost us 9. Vossi's costed us 2 more.
Well, with any luck, some of the thank you speeches from the boys half cut might go a bit short.
We're gonna have to get. I've got to say though, Vossi has been pretty impressive, I think.
Well, he's a leader. You know, he's a born leader. Every role he's ever been in, whether it be footy based or anything else, you just have to listen to his story. He's always been a leader, and I think his ability to be able to deliver a message and make it, you know, like telling a story. You know, I listen to it, I get awed by how he speaks, and I'm sure the players are no different.
It was something that I know, speaking to some of the players, they did mention that Vossi is very matter of fact and also very, very firm in his messaging, and it's very clear and concise. So just putting the link in the chat, the hypnosis for you. That's how you can watch it with us. It seems to be the same speed. But just to recap, we had Sayers who basically shouted out the fans, the movement of the wolf, the transition that Carlton have gone through. And that's been kind of reiterated by Vossi as well, talking about that the whirlwind season, like currently he's just talking about it is a disappointment and frustrating. So far, pretty good. There's been no corporate waffle as of yet.
No, and I think one we mentioned it earlier before. One thing that the change has been that they're not taking us for fools. Do you know what I mean? Like they could get up and say all this, you know, fluff stuff. But the reality is, we're all supporters. We're all intelligent people. We can, you know, read through the lines. So just be honest. Just be down the line.
I couldn't agree
You
more.
know?
I mean,
And-
I think sometimes when you just say the right thing as well, and you say the truth, and I think sometimes it's more endearing. Like I've said this for years about Carlton. Sometimes all you have to do is just say, "Okay, we messed up a bit.
Yeah.
That wasn't good enough." Like I always say, that's not going to kill people. And I sometimes think for years, Carlton have thought, oh my good gosh, if we actually say Carlton aren't any good, oh,
Yeah, no, you're right.
they might burn us. But I like the fact he's been a little bit. I like him saying that. You know, it
No,
was disappointing,
I couldn't agree more.
frustrating. Good,
Yeah.
good.
Because that's how we're feeling.
Yeah, I'd be more worried if he said this. Oh, I'll be right. Be okay.
We gave it a crack.
Yeah, that's when I worry, and that says to me he's a true winner. He's a true winner, and he's a true leader, and that. And I can confirm the crackle is back. I don't know how. One of the richest clubs in the land, and we can't get a fucking mic.
One of the things I think I heard Jacob Wiedering talk on the news at the event, and Vossi as well, and the messaging early doors out of Carlton at the moment, heading into obviously off season, pre-season, next season. The messaging is they want top part of the 8 next season, not just the 8. My biggest concern when we didn't make the 8 was the expectation next season would be to make the 8, as if like putting it back a season. But the fact they said, well, okay, we missed the 8, but you know what? Next season we're going for top 4. And I think that's a really important message. It doesn't give the players an out saying, okay, well, we didn't make the 8 this year, so the bar is still make the 8, still raising the bar, because 1 point basically off. Actually, we were literally 1 point off making the 8. So we played good enough footy across the year to make the 8. That doesn't mean now you just keep the bar there. It's like, okay, we go to the next step and we win 14 or 15 games next season.
Mate, I agree, and I think that's, and I'm sure the chat agree with me. I think that the mindset they've got to do is go straight in to that mentality that we finished 8th. Plan 2 was finish 4th. Like, so just go straight away now. Just imagine you've won it. I agree, Nicole. We can't have nice things. That's being a Carlton fan. We can't have a good stream. You know what, as well? This guy's voice is more powerful. So I don't know about anyone else. The crackle now is, I've got it on mute, almost mute. And it's like my speakers are possessed.
Yeah, and I think the comment there about Voss, the speech, great leader, bright future. I think that's exactly what it is. He is a winner. Getting the getting sacked from as a coach at Brisbane, that would have stung him. That would have stung him. He almost has more to prove the world than what our players do, to be honest. Like he's there, he wants this. And then not only that, he's seeing his good mate Craig McRae doing what he did. So yeah, I think he's a great winner. As we look at the highlights, obviously, from round 1 to 6, talk us through these, Pommy.
Well, I mean, do you remember, we're going to get emotional tonight, but how good was round 1? Do you remember the joy and the thrill, and it started well, it got away from us, and it was the perfect game, wasn't it? To watch as a fan, the up and down of that game was probably how you want every game to be.
Yeah. It was electric winning round 1 for so long. It was the first monkey off the back. And I think Voss even said in his press conference after the game, this was the first box to be ticked. We got through it. Got that hoodoo done, or whatever it was. A year of breaking these things, you know, what do you call it? A year of not curses, but breaking momentum that keeps happening to us. And then the Bulldogs game, I thought, was such an impressive first half. We fell away a bit. Hawks game, same deal. Great finish. That mark from Jacob Wiedering, I could watch that on repeat. We started 3-0, and we looked brilliant. Then we head to Gold Coast, where we always seem to struggle early in the season. I believe we kicked the first 2 goals of the game, and we looked on. Cripps goes down. Pitnet looked like, also Pitnet was sore, I think, and didn't look good. And then the Port Adelaide game, again, I think that was probably close to the best half of footy nearly anyone's played this season. We fell away a bit towards the end, and but we won, obviously, which is good. And then the disappointment against Fremantle. So after the first three, we kind of had that little bit of an up and down. So what, rounds 1 to 6, we were what, 4 and 2? Yeah, 4 and 2. Good start.
It was one of them things, wasn't it? Because I mean, like, the Gold Coast one was kind of like that anomaly that every team has. I don't know how you felt in chat. I never felt upset about the Gold Coast game. I don't know about anyone else. I just didn't feel bad about it. I was like, that's one of them blips you see every team in the league have.
Yeah,
But the Fremantle one, I think, started to give me a little bit of worry.
The Fremantle one pissed me off more than the Gold Coast one, I'll be honest. Yeah. So here we go. The votes, round 2.
I've got Cripps. No picture.
I got it. So I missed round 1, but Cripps perfect 16.
Oh, there we are.
Yeah, Mackay and Curnow. So they're showing them all. Lewis Young with a 9er against Hawks is good for him. Jack Silvani polling well. Fantastic. Weeders, obviously, for that mark. Cripps only 12 against the Hawks. That surprised me. And Doc with a 15 against the Hawks. So the people who we expect to be flying are flying early. Lots of 2s and 3s there. Harry Mackay, 4 for the Suns. This wasn't a great game for anyone, so I imagine the votes would be quite low. Zach Williams gets a 6. Sard with a 9. Good to see him on the board. And Doherty with a 9 again. Hello.
Tell you what, Doherty, we talked about it at the start of the show. If you look at the coaches' votes, he featured a lot.
Well, he was my tip to win it. Just ahead of Cripps. Doherty going with the 4 there. Walsh gets on the board. We love to see that. Harry Mackay with the 12. Hewitt, Walsh, and Charlie with the 12. So good voting system that we have.
It's a bizarre one.
For those who don't know, we'll explain it when we get a chance. Round 6 against the Dockers, big 9 to Patrick Cripps, 8 to Hewitt, 7 to Weeders, and 7 to Doc. So he polled strongly. I'm sure they'll give us a leaderboard. Here we go. So going through the leaderboard, see if there's any surprises. I don't think so.
I did see Lockie O'Brien pop up a few times for the 2s.
So is this going to be the top 10? I imagine. So Chera with 10th, Kennedy 9th.
Fish. Look at that. Fish at 31.
That's good. He's had a good season, Fish. If he can finish in the top 10, it's reward for effort.
That's insane, though. Sam Walsh is there, and he missed the
first game. Started slowly. Charlie Curnow, your boy. I'm tipping a big
Charlie,
finish.
Take it out.
Podium finish, hopefully for Charles. Mackay too. How good to see Harry, Charlie. They're the big guns. There's a reason.
That's rigged. The coaches have no idea what they're doing if they think Harry was anywhere near Charlie the first 6 games.
No, I'm with you. But you have a look, man. There was a reason we had a good start to the season. Cripps, Wiedering, Mackay, Curnow, Walsh, all our big guns on the leaderboard.
When your best 5 players are flying, you're winning stuff, aren't you?
It's not rocket science.
Rod Hewitt ahead of Cripps. You love to see it.
Yeah, and Georgie and Doc tied at the top. That's very exciting.
So here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Uncle Pom delivering the goods for you. He tries his best. Tell you what, the back end of this system is one of the most horrendous things, just so everyone knows. What time is it? It's that one in it. Here you are. I'm going to put it on the screen for you guys and girls who aren't watching, but from top to bottom, there you are. Adam, Chera, 28, Matty Kennedy, 30, Fisher, 31, Walsh, 32, Charlie and Harry, 41 and 42 apiece, Wheaters and Cripps, 2nd and 3rd, but tied first. Look at that. Doc and Hewitt. And it's very interesting that, because at the start of the show, we talked about the voting system, 4 for above for very good, 3 for above for good, 2 for just a better than expected, and 1 is doing your role, basically.
Yep.
4, 8, 12, 16 votes available. It's no surprise that Doc and Hewitt, I think, are top 2, because we thought that they featured a lot in the AFL coaches' votes, like a lot. They did.
And I think there might be some aspects to it as well. expectations. So we talk about someone like Lockie Plowman, who, to say he divides a lot of people would be an understatement. But the reason he polls so well is he's a job doer. He gets his job done to the coach's expectations, and I think that's what we look at. So Saad, I mean, I saw him poll a couple of times. He's obviously not in the top 10 yet, but Georgie Hewitt clearly does what the coaches ask him to do week in, week out. Just does his role, nothing fancy, and he'll poll well.
I agree with you. I think when you look at someone like Hewitt, I would say massive. I would say the coach would love more George Hewitt types, like whose output is the job, but
yeah,
it's not. One of them things, and it's really interesting, is every time we've played this year, and I've played a friend's side, one of the players they've said, "Fuck, he was better than I thought," was Hewitt. A good mate of mine, Richmond, both games, he was like, God, he's one of them people that takes the piss. Like, he literally looked at the midfield and he was like, as long as you stop Cripps and Walsh, you'll be fine. But he was like, Hewitt does the hard shit, gets the tough ball, gets it out on the outside. And he was like, he surprised me. And I'm a big fan.
Yeah, no, I'm a massive fan of Hewitt, and he just gets the job done. And I think that's all we can ask. You know, I made the comment earlier. You're looking at that top 10. Well, we had a great start to the season. Our best, 5 A graders or elite players, whatever you want to call them, are in the top 10. Wiedering will obviously fall out of that as we go on because he got injured. Harry got injured. I mean, who didn't get injured? Let's be serious. So the top 10 will have a very different look to it, I think, this year. It's quite easy to say, Doc Cripps up the top. But I like to look at that 4 down, the players who make up the top 10, because it is a pretty big achievement to finish in the top 10 of a club best and fairest for some players. I'm looking at Zachy Fisher and I'm thinking, hello, he could find himself, with a top 10, maybe even a top 5 finish, because I don't remember too many games where he was terrible.
I'm with you, and I think also, like, to answer this question here, I think Walsh will still be a star, but the wow factor wasn't there. Do we agree? And is there any theories? I think this is a big thing as well. I think continuity is a huge one. And I think for Walsh, he wasn't being Cripper's sidekick anymore. And I think he needs to find that kind of role. I think he wasn't as aggressive as he was this year. Wasn't as aggressive. You didn't see him get into the final third as much. And I think that'll come as they start to get confidence in each other. And I don't think it was injury. I think it was more learning the system and working to get together better. And to answer the other question, I think when you look at the voting system, and I've just managed to download this probably explains as well, for a lot of people at home, just why, to back Faz's point up, why players like Plowman traditionally finish well when you actually see it. Because if you look what one vote is, that's basically his genuine, basically your expected game. But you think in that year, Plowman finished top 3, he stopped Cameron, Walters, and Papley. So there's 4 votes. 16 times 4 is what, 64? That's a lot of votes, because obviously at them times they were big. So obviously that'll go against someone like Sard, who you probably, Voss and co, are expecting a 3.
Yeah, and
as
I think,
what would be a 1 for them.
Yeah, and I think that's where this voting system is open to interpretation as well, because you look at someone, I'll use Jesse Motlop as an example. His trademark or expected game is completely different to Charlie Curno's, for example. So Jesse Motlop might end up getting a lot of votes in that Collingwood game, for example, in that third quarter when he turned it on. It's like, geez, this was above our expectation of what we thought he was going to do. So it is open to interpretation. I personally don't like it. I don't like it, the voting system, but it is what it is. And we go from there. But you can never argue that the the best player usually wins it, so it's not a shock. But yeah, I think the role players do their job. Now, as far as the comment in regards to Walsh and the wow factor and all that, to me, Kane Cornes made a comment a little while ago where he said that Sam Walsh is going to play 250 very good, great games for Carlton, but he'll never win the game off his own boot, or he'll never be the number one player in the comp. Now, he worded it in that way, which got the back Carlton supporters got their back up. But I actually know what he was trying to say. You look at your Shy Boltons, your Connor Rosies, they're the ones that that people pay money to go and see, the highlights package. But Walsh is going to give you 250 to 300 games durability pending of gun football. So I'll use the Voss versus Ackermanis debate. Ackermanis, his highlights package, second to none. But I'd much rather Michael Voss in my team, because on a 10-game period, the Vosses and the Walshes of the world are going to play 8 out of 10 games, right? Or above. Where Connor Rosies, the Shy Boltons of the world might play 3, 12 out of 10 games, 5, 4 out of 10 games, and 2, 6 out of 10 games. So it's up and down. So I do understand what Kane Cornes was saying, but I think that's the thing about Walsh. Why your armchair experts or your casual supporters will say, gee, Walsh ain't that good. Why are you talking him up? He ain't that good. Unless you watch him week in, week out and actually focus on him, in fact, he actually doesn't get the justice he gets watching it on TV. You need to watch it at the ground. How much he runs, how much he puts in. I've got one of my Collingwood supporter mates. He messaged me. He said, I've probably been a bit harsh on him, but geez, this was last season. He goes, I've probably been a bit harsh on him because I thought he was just an accumulator. He goes, but geez, that Walsh is a bloody good player. And I'm like, I know, mate. I know. So I think it's the wow factor or whatever. I just think the casual viewer just will see Walsh as a Tom Mitchell accumulator. Do you know what I mean?
No, I'm with you, and I think for me is him adapting to his role. Just to adapt into his role, I think what you saw the year before last, he got ahead of the play a lot more, and this year it seemed Voss really wanted to get in behind and be involved, and I think that's something that him and Chera, I get a lot of Gerard Lampard with Fisher and Code. I think that they're just literally learning to work together, which is a big thing. To answer some of the questions in the chat, I don't think it's a surprise Adam Sard and Matt Kennedy are in there. Because the first 6 rounds, if you look, particularly the coaches' votes in the AFL, these guys were nowhere to be seen. They only polled 1 vote between them.
Yeah.
So this is the round I expect Sard will shoot up. 7 to 12 is the next lot. That's where he featured a lot, and Kennedy also featured. So I would say, don't worry. I would say this at about 8:50 we're meant to see him. Probably that's about 10 o'clock at night with the time we've lost.
Well,
but
I think
you will see.
I
reckon from now till then, that's when you'll start to see him. So don't worry. I just think that's why Sard and Doc out there. Sard and Kennedy, they didn't start off in the coaches' votes very well.
Yeah, and I think you're spot on because with the likes of Sard and Kennedy and all that, the cheat code. There is a cheat code to the best and fairest, and it is the coaches' votes, because who gives the best and fairest votes? It's the coaches. Yes, it's not just Michael Voss giving it; it's all the coaches. But you can bank your bottom dollar if the club and the coaches are united and have that unity. They're probably all going to vote this very similar way. So you've just got to go back. If anyone can be bothered, go back and look at the coaches' votes from round 1 to round 22, and you could probably pick the top 3 winners now based on that. It'll be very, very similar because as if Voss is going to give coaches votes differently to what he's giving his best and fairest. I don't know. So,
mate, let's do that. I mean, if we're going by coaches' votes, Cripps will win this. Do you know what I mean? By a long.
Here he is.
How are we?
Hey up.
Looking good.
What's the story?
Well, we've been chatting shit. We had the wonderful Kira, and she was judged. We stole Instagram posts because we had no blue carpet.
Oh my lord!
Shots fired.
I hope you said nice things about my outfit.
We said
Lovely
you looked
things.
stunning. Both you and Jasmina got a huge rap of how lovely you looked.
Oh,
Love that. We love that. We love that.
Not as good as some of us, but anyway.
Baz, you look sensational, mate.
Guys, I'm liking the salmon.
yeah, I love the suit.
We like the salmon.
Yeah, it's a good look. I am actually wearing trackies and slippers, but
I told you it was salmon as well.
Terry, if you don't cry, this is how it's going to be, babe.
Right.
Like this.
Okay, there we go. Anyway,
Look at Terry's suit. I'm loving the velvet outline.
you like the bow tie?
Wait,
Yeah,
I'll
it's
hold
all
it.
happening.
I'll hold
No,
it,
no,
Terry.
no, 'cause
They
it's
can
a
get,
front
they
camera.
can see. Yeah, they can
Oh.
see. Look at the outfits. Can you see?
Oh wow.
looking
Wow.
good.
Amazing, right?
Do you know what I mean? And Kira's doing this without any boob tape, so she's done well there. Good work.
Yeah.
Love it.
Anyway.
Get us a player. Get us a player.
No,
Georgie's over there.
no, we're just gonna keep it chill. We're not gonna annoy them.
Yeah, sorry. On my head. Whoa.
We're just gonna say hello and wish everyone a good night and send our love.
Oh, Terry, is it true? There is rumours circling Twitter that Blake Acres is at the event.
Haven't seen him, but Stocker's here.
And you.
Oh,
I
and
actually
news.
actually.
Yeah, there's massive rumours Blake Acres is someone's guest. So if you see him,
I'll keep a lookout and send a report.
do you know what I mean? Tell him we can't wait to see him in blue.
All right, I'll pass the message on. Guys, enjoy your night. See ya.
Well, we're having
You too.
fun. Cheers, guys.
So wow, what a
Look
surprise!
Do you know what I mean?
The boss himself checking up on us.
You know what? It scared the life out of me when you went, oh, hello, and a different voice came through. I thought Optus had shocked us.
Oh dear. No, that was great. He's just making sure we're not burning the place down whilst he's not here.
Mate, I have had a look, and if we are right, our top three for the best and fairest should be Patrick Cripps, Sam Walsh, and Charlie Kerno. So that's how the main coaches saw our top three.
The other addition to that is the opposition coach. That'd be some of those votes, wouldn't it? Or is it just...
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, naturally,
so
but
so
I would
that
say
yeah.
that probably won't be too far wrong. But this one here, we should see Sardi, these next six, shoot up because both coaches seem to love Sardi's game.
Yeah. Nah, good stuff.
Did they really do coaches' votes for the practice game? I do know when I was there, they did actually do a practice read. I remember hearing that because I got lost before they opened up the main thing, and I could hear them actually doing just like random votes. And I'm like, as if you need to practice counting to freaking 16. Like, come on. If I was presenting it, I'd be like, I can count to 16. I'll be fine. Don't worry.
I still reckon my favourite part of the Brownlow was when Gil kept going Petraka, and then the camera panned and you could see Christian Petraka mouth, oh, Petraka, for fuck's sake. It was very funny.
Yeah, mate. I mean, thankfully, Carlton fans have got very easy names to pronounce. So
With you.
It is funny. Acres. Acres is 2,000% coming to Carlton. I mean, Amon this morning signed with Hawks, so don't fear. But there is rumours sweeping around. Blake Acres is in the building. So, don't know how true that is. That is just a Twitter rumor. That it's not anything validated. But there is 3 people who have messaged me saying Blake Acres is there. So that'd be good to know, won't it?
It is that's a very good, very good. If he is there, fantastic, and we love a bit of Blake Acres. I think he's going to be very important for us next season.
The way he plays football, I imagine he's drinking a shandy.
The thing about him, and what I like about him, and this is a term that you use quite a lot, Pommy, and that I certainly have used a bit, is he holds his width. As a winger, he holds his width, and that's so good. And I actually was listening to the radio, and I think it was Brenton Sanderson. I think it was. He was talking about Collingwood, and he said that the reason Collingwood was so good is because their wingers were the best wingers at being able to hold width. And I just remember to the game early on in the season when we got beaten by them, and thinking, how is Sidebottom always on his own constantly? It's because they hold that width, and I think Acres is going to be hugely, hugely important. Just like Hewitt, he's going to come in with no ego or no big name here or whatever it is, and I think he's going to be a very quiet achiever, just like Georgie.
Mate, I totally agree with you. I think Blake Acres is going to be. He's one of them monotonous type footballers as well. It's very metronome football. He just does the simple things well over and over again. And I've said it about Geelong. That's why Geelong are so good. Monotonous. They are the way they play football. It's just rinse, repeat, nothing exciting. A few comments in chat. People love having a shandy. I can officially say I have never, ever, ever had lemonade in a beer. Never. I wouldn't even know what it's like. In fact, funny little story, in the north of England, I had an American friend. He was a golf pro, and he asked for a lager top, which is a dash of lemonade on top of a lager, which evidently takes the edge off. And I used to say to him, have a soft drink if that's all you can have. But he'd gone into my local, and I lived in a very small village where literally the barmaid, how you could tell the barmaid from the barman was the size of their ears. And he asked for, "You're right, darling, how you doing? Can I have 2 beers? One with a lemonade top." And she looked at him and goes, "Beer or wine? We don't serve cocktails." One of the greatest moments of my life.
I love that. To be honest, yeah, I probably had one when I was a kid, maybe. I don't know, but not certainly in my adult life.
Oh, if you're underage, it's fine. I agree, it's refreshing. It is refreshing, a shandy. I'm not judging. Just honestly, do you know what I mean? Coming from the north, if I start putting lemonade in my beer, I tell you what, people come for me. Hello, who have we got here?
We've got Madison here. No, she doesn't want to be here. She should be in bed, but that's all right.
Oh, come on, Madison. We've been judging people's dresses.
What are you wearing? What are you wearing?
What are you wearing, Madison? What's pajamas have we got? What pajamas?
What pajamas you got? Bambi.
Is that Belle?
No, Bambi.
Is it? Oh, Bambi.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll be back in a second. So
that's all right.
Keep it running.
You gotta do parenting things. Oh, they are. Look, Fazzy's like Uncle Pom. He's got kids. You've heard Bailey Humphries there. I've still got the screen. They've even gone overs on their allotted time for a break, which is very impressive. As a kid, we hated beer and coffee. I had a few beers. Blake, Noons times 2. He's an upgrade of Noons. I'm glad you enjoyed the story, Andy. True story, honestly. Tell you what, that pub. And you know what? The American, like all Americans, had to keep drinking beer straight. He refused. And I never forget, she gave him a half a pint of lemonade as well. And the guy did not dare put lemonade in. Not do it. Tori, you're welcome back if you want. Use the same link. You can keep me company. When we go to Reb's Pom, what you're drinking? Beer. I'm a beer man, honestly. No champagne. Wine. You don't think you'll ever get a gate? Lewis, best advice my pop gave me. If you knock on enough doors, one will eventually open. Cold VB? I don't mind VB. I've got to say I'm more of a cat. If I'm drinking beer, I'll drink a Carlton purely for the club. But I like a beer like my heart, lukewarm, flat, and can go down easily. You see, stouts and stuff like that. I don't believe beer should be fizzy. I'm going to be hated here. Beer shouldn't be fizzy. Tetley's is my drink of choice. But if Faz is back, parenting. How bloody good is parenting?
Oh, it's good to be back. It's good to be back when the wife works night shifts, and I've got to play the double role as co-host of the John Nicholls medal and dad at the same time. We get it done, but that's what we do here. We get it done.
I still can't believe they're on a fucking break. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, hey, mate, this is the longest break ever.
Do you know what I mean? Do we think we're going to get anyone else inside Blake Acres? I personally don't think we will. Faz?
No, I wouldn't have thought so. We just,
right.
Yeah, I think they're quite content with the list. I don't want to be bringing in players for the sake of bringing in players. Actually, I'm going to reply to one of these comments shortly, but yeah, I don't want to be bringing in players for the sake of playing. Is that Fisher Mackesy? Why? Why would you bother bringing him in? May as well just go to the draft. So.
I'm with you. I just want fit, healthy players. Do you know what I mean? Fit, healthy players. Exactly like the Queen of Jack Cal says. Caffrey's, I agree with. That is honestly, it might upset Australians. Beers shouldn't he be fizzy? Shouldn't be fizzy.
In the comment about from Carl's, no injury prone players, please. I actually my for those of you who watched the show during the week, I explained that my goal this week was to start a rumor about a trade rumor that took off and see how far I could get it to take off. And it did. They spoke about it on Trade Radio, which is great. My next goal next week is to call up and get on and ask Steven Silvani why he was obsessed with recruiting injury-prone players. I mean, you can just reel them off. Like, he was obsessed with it.
Can you also get a question and say, since when was it legal to be high on TV? Because I heard him on Trade Radio the other day, and I couldn't believe he said it. I actually thought he was taking the piss. He said that it was if you were buying Lockie Hunter, it's a first rounder all day. And I nearly vomited. I actually vomited in my mouth. I actually felt physically nauseous. I've had some aspersions cast on me by my good friend, John Holden, what a Tetley's is. That is a Tetley's. Yes, it is a beer. They do this and they do a local special. So this one here is a 3.8. They also have a 4.8, which is what I'm more partial to. But the 3.8 is pretty good if you're around the mother-in-laws and you just want to kind of drink something and not do it. Thank you, Cam, for winding me up. Mitch Robinson, 4-year deal. If Mitch Robinson gets a 4-year deal, we might have problems.
But look, I can guarantee you, back on the Silvani thing, I can guarantee you, if he was the list manager, if there was a player in the draft, actually there is one, who's the bloke who keeps doing hamstrings?
Quinton Narkle?
No, the draft, the kid, Wardlaw.
Wardy.
I can get, and there was another kid who's come off an ACL or just done his ACL. I guarantee you, if Steven Silvani was our list manager, he'd be like, ooh, they look tasty. Injury-prone player, a slider, as he'd say. I mean, he did it with Kemp. He did it with Stocker. And I wanted to ask him. I would just love to know why. What was your reasoning? Is it because, they're a slider, they're this, they're that? We are the worst club. I think you said it the other night, Pommy, about Geelong and Quinton Narkle, how they're really good at keeping players fit, and they couldn't keep Quinton Narkle fit. Yet people are wanting us, the worst worst club in the competition for keeping players fit. You want us to bring in a bloke who can't stay fit? I don't know.
Quinton Nark, honestly, you know, the two things that have pissed me off this trade period, throw in your beer questions. I'm a bit of a beer. Folkestone's Old Peculiar. If you can get it, there's a company called Black Sheep from Marston's. Some of the best beer you'll ever have, honestly. Life-changing. But you know, some of the best irony I've seen in the AFL, right, from Sauce this year, is Sauce used to do his nut about how there's a quote from him in 2018, right, about how the media drive up the prices of players and it's a disgrace. And I've got that clown on Trade Radio going, "Oh, Lockie Hunter would suit Carlton. Fucking first. Fucking first." And I'm like, you winding me? Like, Sauce, if you were list manager now and someone's quoted saying he's a first, you would go nuts. Like, we talked about Lockie Hunter last night. A few questions in there. For me, if he's over a third, no. Massive question marks over his temperament.
I wouldn't be touching him with a 10-foot pole, to be honest.
Do you know what I mean? Like, I'd rather spend the weekend around my mother-in-law's.
I'll use the same quote that I used when someone asked me, do we want Quinton Narkle? And I'll say, how many more conditional front runners do you want on our list? Because that's what Lockie Hunter is. He's a conditional footballer. We don't need another one.
Mate, Quinton Narkle, as I described him the other week, last night, a good mate of mine is a massive friend of the channel. He's a Geelong fan. And I described Quinton Narkle as he has the lower legs. He has the legs of Oscar Pistorius. And he said that was probably the best description he's ever heard. And everything that can go wrong with his lower body has gone wrong.
Appreciate it, Webby. I'm sure you're looking sharp too, mate.
Mate, I'd imagine Webb's in his suit.
And Jimmy R, just in response to your Stocker had potential, not Silvani's fault. Stocker was injured. That's why he slid. So what my point was, yes, I know he had potential. So does Kemp. So did every player. My point was, what was Silvani's obsession with drafting kids who came off injuries? That's all. That's all I'm saying. Because any time there was a kid who was injured and slid to our pick, you're like, ooh, Sauce loved it. And I just wanted to know what his reasoning was. So I'm with you. He did have potential.
Newcastle Brown Ale, Michael Smith, best comment in the world. Apps, literally one of the worst things I've ever put in my mouth. I'm just going to put that out there.
Yeah. No,
horrible.
I'm with you. Yeah. Look, like I said, for me, when it comes to beers, I'm a pretty casual guy when it comes to that. I just don't mind a draft or a dry or anything. I'm trying to go real low carb beers, as you can see. You know, dad bod and all that. But
they're in though, mate.
They are. Phil, another example. Perfect. You're right. Sauce trying to be too smart.
It does worry me because there's a few players in the draft, actually, you know, joking apart. And I've been doing my fantasy draft quite a bit. That gets regularly updated. It gets regularly updated. But, like, there's just a few players that, you know, Pom worries about. Like, you know, Status is another one that, you know what I mean, has had perpetual injuries this year. Very good player. Wardlaw's another. And I just think, you know what? I can just sense the slide to 10. And Carlton are like, bang! And I'm like, no, don't do it.
We'll take him. But look, as I said, and I'll say it, I might get it tattooed on me. The best ability, Pommy. What's the best ability? Availability. I don't care how good you are. If you can't get on the park, and they were literally like, I think you asked me the other night, saying, you know, what type of, or someone asked in the chat the other night, what type of players should we be drafting? I said, I could give two shits about what position they play. Just be fit and kick the ball. Like, that's all. I just want players who are fit, who I know that, hey, they're going to be available 20 weeks of the season and can kick the ball. That's what I want. And as we see, the beautiful moment of Cripper winning his Brownlow.
It's Crip's time. She's telling everyone to be quiet. Yeah, honestly, it's like being at school. These things, like, I've got to be quiet for her to talk. You're getting paid. You're getting paid. Do you know what I mean? If you're an MC, you should make me be quiet because I want to listen to you. Faz drinks whatever beers in his dad and father-in-law's fridge. Mate. Mr. Farrell, all due respect, the best beers are free beers.
If it's free, in fact, I love a free beer more than Sauce loves an injured player. I can tell you that right now.
Boddingtons, tell you what, at Boddingtons, that goes down, mate, as well. Boddingtons. I mean, but here we are. We have Felgate's told us all off. She does look like a maths teacher, Felgate, actually. Like, I had a few of them maths teachers that used to tell me to shut up.
Yeah, just talk over it. Just get on with it, you know. But here we go, the big fella. Groups.
Well, I can officially confirm this should be the last speech we have to go through, and until someone wins something.
Yeah, well then, yeah, there's a few of those awards happening, but nah, look, it should be a good night for the boys. You know, best and
Can I
fairest.
just say, Cripper as well, if you are watching this, because I know Cripper watches the channel. Crips, when you watch this back, well done for being the only person who's got their tie straight.
Great call, and yeah, and he does. We know we do confirm Cripper does watch this, and he will probably watch this back. So yeah, no, good tie work. I think Mon had probably a hand in it just quietly, knowing.
Well done, Mon,
Cripper.
if you've put him straight. Well done.
Love that.
Can I just say as well, shout out to Crips, who was just taking the piss and ignored the sponsors.
Yeah.
Well done, sir. Well done.
Cripps strikes me as the type of guy who, if we were to win a premiership, he'll forget to thank the opposition team and congratulate them on a good year.
I've got to say, Cripps' ability, public speaking ability, absolutely amazing.
Yeah, from where he came from, it surprised me after Brownlow Medal Night that not many people knew about his stutter or his problem with speaking publicly when he first came to the club. When that was mentioned, so many people said to me, "Is that true? Is that true?" I'm like, yeah, I thought it was really common knowledge, but from where he's come from, he's just a leadership. He's
Much
like
love Xbox. We love doing it as well. But I mean, it's a credit to him. It's a credit to him that just how confident he is. Like just looking at his body language, tell you what, that it's very casual, which I get turned on at work when someone delivers a speech or delivers something and their demeanor is casual. I think it's one of the sexiest, most powerful moves you can do and he looks casual. Like, do you know what I mean? He looks like I'd run through a brick wall for this man, I tell you.
He is a bigger version of Michael Voss, and I think that's what's so appealing to Vossi. He's got a Cripper, Hewitt, Walsh, who could all do, he could all get little bits of pieces of himself into these players, and I think that would be very appealing. The other thing that I found crazy that it hasn't really been spoken about more was last season when Ollie Wines won his Brownlow medal. A lot of his speech was speaking about Michael Voss and the impact Voss had on him as the midfield coach and how he changed his game. And now Voss has come to Carlton. I know he's the senior coach, not the midfield coach, but I don't think there's any coincidence that he's gone Wines, then Cripps, Brownlow. I don't think that's a coincidence. I think there's a lot of similarities between what Voss had done with Ollie and what he's obviously done with Cripper.
Well, I mean, if you remember, Wines went mental about Voss.
Yeah.
Talking about how he stripped his game back, told him...
Changed his game completely.
Yeah, one of the most important things last year, and I've noticed this with Cripps this year, was he said, strip the game back and stop trying to be something you're not. You're Ollie Wines. And do you remember this time last year, and he's just alluded to it in his speech, it's a little bit different this year about the development. Last year, do you remember Teague saying, we're trying to make him lose a bit of weight and make him a bit more impactful?
Yeah.
And Cripps' game went downhill.
Yeah.
He's put that back on, and I think, and I've said this in my draft profiles. You know, one of the things that pisses me off in the AFL is, and it's the biggest lie you'll hear: midfielders need to be fast. No, they don't. No, they don't. And in fact, you'll find historically and in today's game, the best midfielders aren't quick because they think fast. If you think fast,
Pommy.
boxing tail that. This thinks a lot faster than this.
Yeah, and I've got another one for you. My old soccer coach used to always say to the players, especially those flashy running ones, is that the ball will always move faster than you. Meaning, pass the ball. A pass will always be quicker than you can run, and that always sticks with me. You can be as fast as you want, but you're not going to be able to run 50 meters as the ball's kicked or get it out in the space like these midfielders do. So, yeah, I'm with you on that. I'm with you. The game has changed. I'll be honest. I'll put my hand up. I was a little bit worried a couple of years ago. I thought the big-bodied mids were starting to become a bit redundant, as you would. But no, they're back. They're back. You know, the Wines, the Crips, the big boys, the Bulls. I think you're seeing a lot of the midfielders who don't have that extra edge about them are going to fall away. I'll use Tom Mitchell as an example. He's not big. He's not powerful. He's just an accumulator, which is a very good footballer. But I think they're the ones that are kind of falling away now. You need something else, whether it's big break a tackle or whether it's, you know, a bit of burst out of a pack or something. I think they're the ones that are going to be very important.
I couldn't agree more with you, mate, honestly. And like Gav's saying here, some good ones here. Greg Williams, Sam Mitchell.
Yep.
Tell you what, I agree.
Great call.
Tell you what I'm going to do is I'm just going to nip to the toilet. Are you all right on your own, Faz? Telling people off?
I'll survive. Who am I going to bury? All right. So Cripper's obviously just finishing off his speech. Do we think, we all agree he's obviously certainly one of the favourites. Do we think that his start to that round 4 and 5, and maybe that little lull in the middle, is that going to really cost him compared to a Doherty, compared to a Hewitt? I mean, what do we think in chat? I love the comment, Bugs Bale, please don't compare Sam Mitchell to Greg Williams, not even close. I think it's a bit stiff on Sam Mitchell. I think he's a gun. Look, Greg Williams obviously is one of the all-time greats. So I think Sam Mitchell's not far off. 666 has changed the equation. I couldn't agree more. I don't like the way AFL change rules all the time, but I will be honest. To me, the 666 rule has been the best rule they've made. In my opinion, I think it just works, especially for a team like us who have the big key forwards and contested ball winners. We should be scoring a lot more from clearances than what we do. I'm good, Lachlan. How you going? Feeling it? Hopefully, I'd like them to get a bit of a wriggle on, to be honest. But hey, it is what it is. Gavin, you think Cripper's home and hosed? Yeah. It'd be a bit of a story if the Brownlow medalist doesn't win the club's BNF. That's for sure. But we'll see. We'll see. Cripper Doc, maybe Sard, someone like that. Yes, look, Sard is not polling overly well, but I'm sure he'll come good. And we've got our first award for the night. So obviously Luke Powers presenting this one. So what award is this? Do we know what award this one is? I think it's the Best Young Player Award. Corey Durden. That's surprising, because when we looked at the criteria for it, I thought it said 10 or less games. Or was it 10 or more games, maybe? I'm not sure, because Corey Durden certainly played more than 10 games. We all thought in the chat at the start, we all thought it was going to be Jesse Motlop. But Corey Durden is a very good winner, Best Young Player. I thought he had a really good season. I thought his season certainly surprised me. And I think you see there's a little bit of a common factor with Durds, that he would, if he would kick a goal, we'd win. He'd kick goals in most of our wins, and when he didn't, kick goals, we generally lost. So I think he's got a lot of attributes. I believe he's one of the best kicks on our team. I think his ball use is fantastic. So, yeah, Corey Durden, best young player, well done. Yeah, I'm saying, look, I'm not upset it's Corey either. Now, next award, Newey, best clubman award, Nick Newman. This is quite personal to me. I love Newey. That's a great award. Best clubman to me. This is the award you want to win, other than being the best and fairest, being the best clubman or the player's player, something like that. This is the award you want to win because it just shows the character of the person. And Nick Newman getting this award, yeah, I think he's a worthy winner. Welcome back, Pommy. We just had Durden winning the
young player,
best young player, which Blue Abroad's own Corey Durden, I believe.
He is. We own him. We own him.
Yep. And Newey, big Nick Newman, what a bloke, winning the best clubman. Any surprises there?
You know what? Newman just strikes me as that guy that I've spoken to him a few times. He was like the leader at the sponsors event, showed everyone round. And one thing that impressed me was how he's one of these people that he takes the responsibility on and encourages the players to talk. And also one of these hard things, I don't know if anyone's ever met the players. Some people get a little bit clammed up and scared. And I thought what Newman was brilliant about was bringing that out of people and giving them a bit of encouragement and a bit of love.
Yeah. No, he's a first-class human, Nick Newman. And as we see, the Coaches Award to Cripps, that's no surprise there. We knew that was the case. Can confirm I do not have either of those things. Yes, well-earned.
No surprise with Cripps. Who's the Players Award, do we think?
I'm thinking Wiedering, but we'll see.
You know who I'm going to think? Walsh.
Cripps. Blue Collar Player of the Year. Cripps. So what's that one? Who awards
Cripps.
that? Is that one? No, but who awards that? Is that?
That's voted by the players.
Okay, yep. That's unsurprising. Again. Yeah, I was trying to go something a little bit left field. But
my blood sugar's gone low as well, so I'm eating melon.
Go for it. I think Cripps is going to need a bloody trailer to take some of his trophies home.
Who do you reckon the Cowtonians will vote for?
As we got VFLW Best and Fairest, was that Millie? That was good on her.
Millie Kingbeal. Tell you what, she is an absolute jet as well. I don't know if people have been watching her play for the VFLW. I don't know if you've been watching it, but she has been an absolute superstar. I think she came very high up in the VFLW as well. But
yeah,
absolute brilliant. Her and Goss were brilliant.
Yeah, well done. And whether it's AFL, VFL, AFLW, VFLW, whatever it is, you win an award at the Carlton BNF, you become a club legend, in my opinion. Winning awards on these nights is, it's nothing like it. And I think we say who the coterie is going to vote for. I don't know. You'd have to say Cripps. Cripps is the obvious answer, but they tend to go something a bit left field. Who's the type of person who goes to all the events, goes to all the sponsors things and all that?
I reckon they'll go Doc.
Yeah, I think so. Someone like who do they wheel out for those types of things?
But you know what? I'm a man of the people, right? And for me, you don't need money. You don't need notoriety. You just need heart and breath.
Yes.
Yep. Who are we voting for? If we gave a Blue Abroad vote, who are we doing it? I'm going to put Doc.
Yeah, I'm on the Doherty train. I think his season and what he achieved is so undervalued, and underrated for what he's done. And as we just see, we've got to call credit where credit's due. I know he's a very divisive player as well, but Paddy Dow winning the VFL Best and Fairest, good on him. Well done, young man. I really hope that if he stays at Carlton for next season, I want him to achieve. I really hope he's a lovely young boy who's got his heart and head in the right place. You just want him to achieve. So good on him, Dowie, for the VFL Best Person. Thanks, Ames. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Amy. Shout out as well to Steph and Ames. Our
Definitely,
Twitter
yeah.
wives, they are.
They're good fun. They're good fun. Good banter.
Tell you what, Dow, for me, absolute superstar as well in the VFL. He's been killing it.
Yeah, he
Alex
is.
King Cotter coming second.
Yeah.
Finish the sentence, Andrew. You're doing a...
And here we go. We've got round 7 to 12, and we saw the debut of Jackie Carroll, and I've got to be honest, I was very impressed with his first game. Obviously, he tapered off a little bit, but we're very happy with Jackie Carroll. And I loved this big Weeders goal. His celebration, he looked like he was going to belt someone after this celebration.
It was so good, wasn't it?
It was, because you just don't see Jacob do things like that. It was beautiful. Then obviously up to Adelaide. Adelaide came down here, and it was a real professional performance, that game. I remember just thinking we never felt. I mean, they kicked a couple of goals earlier, but we never felt risky. You know what I mean? It was a real professional game. Then we see another debutant in Jesse Motlop in the GWS game.
What's everyone's thoughts in chat? And I want a prediction from you, Faz, as well.
Yep.
Looking at teams that win the flags, genuinely their best recruit is someone in the group that suddenly improves.
Yep.
Who do you think will be Carlton's biggest improver? Thank you, babe.
Yep. Before I answer that, I just want to say, let's just look at the highlights from the Sydney game. In my opinion, other than round 1, this was my favourite win for the year, the Sydney game, because I thought this is when, obviously we know what happened as the season went on, but this is when I thought we stamped our authority as a real contender, and obviously that didn't occur. But that was my favourite win for the season against Sydney. And then obviously the Collingwood game where Jack Silvani just missed pretty much on the siren. We won't talk too much about that game, but no, for the player who just takes that next step, I think Zach Fisher could take another step, to be honest. I think he's got something in him that he could take that, become, a real damaging mid forward. So he's the one I'll be looking at. But Motlop, yeah, I like the idea of Jesse taking that step.
Dow,
as we look,
you know what? I wouldn't be surprised to see Dow.
Yeah,
he wants to stay. I love it.
His head's in the right spot. His heart's in the right spot. He can do it. TDK is a good call. If TDK can have a breakout season, we're a much better team too. I wish they'd put the votes up on the screen like they did before.
You know who mine is? Next year, I've said it before with Baz. I'm going to put it out there now. You know who the main man is? Marchbank.
Oh, Marchie. He's a special player, Marchie. If he can get fit, I'll say it again. The best ability is what, Pom?
Availability.
Hopefully,
you know what? That's a little bit like my dating.
Yes. Well, look, the votes. I mean, I've got the screen on mute, so I can't really hear who's getting the votes. So in the chat, they're coming in. We've got Charlie Kerner with the 16. I'm guessing that was against Adelaide, where he kicked 6, possibly. Cunners is a good shout. Durden's a good shout for big improvers. I like that.
Okay, finish.
Yep.
I'll put the votes up when they come up.
Yep.
Okay, let's recap the leaderboard now. In 10th place with 62 votes, Harry Mackay.
So in 10th vote, Harry Mackay.
66 votes.
Yep.
Matthew Kennedy.
9, Matt Kennedy.
8th place, also on 66 votes,
Zach Fisher 66.
On 68 votes, Adam Chera.
Adam Chera 7th.
6th place, 82 votes, Sam Walsh.
Sam Walsh 82 votes.
5th place, 83 votes, Jacob Weeder.
5th, Jacob Wheater in 83 votes.
4th place, 86 votes, George Hewitt.
4th, George Hewitt 86.
3rd place with 93 votes, Charlie Kerno.
Charlie Kerner 92.
2nd place with 97 votes. Paddy Cripps.
Paddy Cripps second,
And
97.
in first place with 102 votes, Sam Doherty.
Sam Doherty first.
Love it. Love it.
So,
Yeah, he's
for Sam
yeah,
so far, for our banquet guest, it is time
felt that he was going to poll well. So
to
he like I said, he was my tip at the start to win it. I think he probably should win it. So go well, son, go well. So what's that? That's halfway through the season.
Yeah, they're having a
Yeah.
break as well at the moment. And guess what? Charlie, go on, Charlie, take this one out.
Yeah, so they've just put the actual leaderboard up now, so we can see it properly. Yeah, look, again, I'm very happy to see Chera in there, in the top 10 for that patch. You know, he wasn't in the top 10 for the start, I don't think. Fish, yeah, I think that's a very good looking top 10. I'm very happy with that top 10. If they can stay top 10 for the following years, then we're in good hands, that's for sure.
Well, they are going to be back. It's a half-hour break now. But that is the votes.
Nice.
Any surprises, chap?
For me, no, not really. Harry Mackay maybe is a bit of a surprise. But yeah, that's probably it, to be honest. Maybe Matt Kennedy could be a little bit of a surprise up there. Sard not being in there is a bit of a surprise for me.
He did poll really well, though.
So he's probably just behind Mackay, I would imagine.
I would have him on about 48 mentally.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. So it's a bit of a big break, this one. So,
Well, what we might do is we'll go and have a 10-minute break and come back in about 10-15.
Yep, sounds good.
All right, guys, stay tuned. We will be back. Right, we're back. I'll wait for Faz to come back. So we're on intermission. There we are. I feel better now. I skipped dinner for this. And I got a bit unwell then, so I feel better. I've had some sweet stuff and I'm back to be my usual chirpy self. Getting old. How are we all anyway? I'll wait for Faz to come back. We have got another special guest as well joining us. So that'll be exciting. So what do you think so far? I'll put the results up thus far. Give me a sec. There we are. So that is what the leaderboard looks like at the minute. We've got Doherty on 102, closely followed by Cripps, Curnow, Hewitt, Wheaterin, Walsh, Chera, Fish, Kennedy, and McCoy. So that is very exciting. And obviously, remember what we were talking about with how the votes are formulated. They get 4 votes for exceptional, 3 votes for very good, 2 for good, and 1 what you'd expect. So plenty of work to do. So let me know in the comments. My mate here, Big Azza Prime. How you doing, mate? How are you doing? Durability. Do you know what I mean? It's going to be a good one. So it's going to be an interesting one. I agree with Azza that I think Cripps will take it out eventually. It's going to be a good one. It's going to be a good one, but hopefully Curnow can take it out. But he had a poor last couple of games, didn't he? Let me know in the comments. I'm enjoying this, though. You know what? I'm getting quite sad because we'll have the Blue Abroad end of year votes. We'll do that. But while we're all here chatting, these are my favourite times, you know, that we get to spend a bit of time together. Honestly, I've got to say, from the bottom of my heart, this year, just doing the watch-alongs with you guys has been, without a shadow of a doubt, the best thing I have ever done. Honestly, absolute brilliant community, brilliant having you all here. So I'll be sad, you know. I look forward to it every week, just chatting with you guys and girls. So the fact that you've brought massive joy to this Pom's heart, I want you to know that. So thank you very much. And how do you watch the Brownlow? I think if you get the 7 app, Nicole, to answer your question, if you get I think it's on there. Nicole. So if you get the 7 app, the 7 Now app, I believe you can watch the whole thing on there now. Is Charlie with me? I wish he was. I wish I was his +1. The next trade show every Thursday, Nikki. Every Thursday. We're having rotated guests as well. So we've got a very special guest next week. And we'll rotate that. And I've got the Faz Man back. How you doing?
Good to be back. Good to be back. Nice little break. You know, just brushed up, fixed the hair a bit, and you know, made sure it still looked good. And here we go.
I love it. Tetley's drunk warm. Hey, tell you what, you know, you know, I actually had an Australian mate who did actually believe that Poms. I'm not even taking the piss. I told him as a joke that we microwave our beer. And no joke, I went to his barbecue and he actually put a Stella in the microwave for 10 seconds and I spat it all over his dog. And he was like, "Oh, you told me ages ago, mate, that you like your beers." And I'm like, "Mate, it was a joke. Like, I can't believe you think Poms chuck a pint in the fucking microwave." Much love, Tim P. Honestly, mean it from the bottom of my heart. Doing watch-alongs for you guys and girls. Honestly, most fun you can have, clothes on. And sometimes I haven't had clothes. Some accusations here from Big Gav.
Oh, jeez.
He might have been sorting his young ladies out and getting them ready for bed.
Oh, mate, they should be bloody in bed. But
Are they in bed?
look, yeah, one is asleep. The other one's a bit like, because mum's at work, can we stay up a bit? Like, nah.
You know what? My kids do that. My kids are having trouble sleeping.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? At 4 a.m. They're getting up at 4 a.m. Hello? Hey, tell you what, you're like a co-host now. You're famous.
Yeah. So she's a bit funny, but nah, she's all right. She's all right. Yeah.
I love it. I tell you, I love it.
She's good fun.
Yeah.
She's good fun. But
you know, Australians have tried this on me so many times. Drop bears. Has any foreigners ever believed it?
Drop bears.
Who does Madison think's winning the Brownlow?
Who's gonna win? Who's gonna win the medal?
Who's winning the John Nicholls?
Me? No, I can't win it. Who do you go for? Yeah, Carlton. Cripper. We like Cripper. Although she did like Eddie Betts, but he's not there anymore, so that's a shame.
If we were going to put your pocket money, Madison, on Cripps or Doc, who are you putting?
Nah, she loves Cripper. Cripper's the one.
Yeah, my kids' fathers are doing the same. 4 a.m. they're getting up, and they know that if you wake Daddy up, he's going to be less of a dick.
Yes, no, that's exactly right.
So the last 3 mornings, Daddy has been up at 4 a.m. watching YouTube and then doing his day. So Daddy is flagging.
I'm just really worried I'm going to get a message from the wife saying, why is she still out of bed?
Hi, Mrs. Farrell, if you're watching.
It's not me. This is not live. It's
we're doing it for you. We're doing it for you.
I got to go sort this one out.
All right, go on, have fun. So Faz is doing parenting. So yeah, 4 a.m. That's been Uncle Pom. Do you know what I mean? Nah, Gav, he knows you're joking. Oh, he knows you're joking. But no, exciting times. They're in a 40-minute break. So what we've got to look forward to, checking this out, we've got the award from the Cottery Group. Then we will have the rounds to 18. Then another 20-minute break. And then we will have the winner. So we've got a wee bit to get through. Fazzy's back. Look at Faz.
I'm back. It was a quick get into bed or I'm calling mum. And Gav, don't stress, Gav. There's no offense taken. It's all good. It's all good. It's funny.
Faz has no.
But no, yes, it was
fine.
Nah, mate. I'm soulless. If I had feelings, I tell you what, some of the DMs I get, poof, gee whiz.
Well, I mean, I've just actually checked the itinerary. They have a lot of freaking breaks.
Yeah, what's going on here? Get on with the show.
Like, Jesus, Gil would love this for the ad rep.
This is right up Gil's alley, isn't it?
Gil would be like this. Jesus, we can make more money from the BNF.
Yeah, be like, ooh, Carlton really gave us a few ideas for the next year's Brownlow.
I can't wait for next year's Brownlow to be 17 hours long. Me doing a watch along and literally stuck there, just like in a perpetual ad break. Double cheeseburger with jalapenos, mate. Honestly, jalapenos are life. Honest, I love anything spicy. Absolutely love it. I also love getting my eldest boy, who's really into his spice, doing the getting him butter chicken and then knocking in a vindaloo in one of his spoonfuls when he's not looking, and enjoying his face when he thinks he's the big bollocks and realizes that he's not quite up there. I'll put the link in for you, Sam.
Look, I got to be honest. sometimes I find pepper too spicy, so I'm not really a jalapeno chili kind of guy.
Faz. Go
I
on.
know.
mate.
I wasn't sure if I was going to say that or not, but here it is out there in the world.
Jesus Christ. It's all right. My wife is really into her favorite curry is korma, and I tell her that she's ordered a soup. Like, why the fuck are we having something that's not even got spice in it? Someone's asked to talk about Bailey Humphries again.
Oh,
I can do this all day.
Actually, I will say this: my old man did message me saying, "Oh, geez, Pommy's got me excited about Bailey Humphries." So,
Sorry, Mr. Faz.
so
Smart
yeah.
move. But this is Bailey Humphrey. So he is my pick for number, or where are we? Number 10. Number 10. I am a big fan of this kid. So Gippsland power boy, strong through the arm, strong through the muscle, Vic country boy. You did see him this week. Finished third in the Moorish medal as well, which is interesting to know. Playing across half forward and the forward pocket, can float through the midfield. This kid here is X Factor. And in my opinion, if he didn't have the meniscus tear in the middle of the year, this guy would have probably been top three in the draft. In my opinion, the most damaging player in this draft. A lot of talk about Sheasel, a lot of talk about players like that. Bailey Humphrey, honestly, different gravy. What I mean by that is this guy here is your Norm Smith medalist. I think Carlton lack X Factor. And Bailey Humphrey, for me, is absolutely the sex. This guy is something else.
So
you know
what you're saying to me is he's injured, yeah? Is that what you said?
He had a meniscus tear, but
that's delicious. That is delicious for Carlton. This is Carlton written all over him. Welcome aboard. See you round 16, mate.
But to talk about Bailey's injury, do you know what I mean? It's not something that has been absolutely huge, right? It was a knee injury that he did play in, but since returning in August, he has absolutely taken the piss.
So it's not that debilitating, but hey, he'll get there. We'll make sure he gets there.
Do you know what I mean? And it's something that he's done a lot in the terms of, you look at his history, plays a very tough brand of footy, and genuinely is one of the fittest, has very good yo-yo test results and stuff like that. So, do you know what I mean?
I'm with you. I think he, the type of player that we need is you're exactly right. That X factor type. I think we've got our role players sorted. We've got our genuine A grade elite players sorted. We've got an elite player on every line. We've got a role player on every line. Now we just need to start adding that little cherry on top. That little, that player. I'll use Melbourne as an example. That Cozzy Pickett player who's a first or second year player that just comes in and does what he does in a premiership winning team. I think that's where we're at now, which is exciting.
Can I just confirm it's a meniscus tear? So that is literally a very common injury. And also, can I just say, historically, never injured. Injured. And it was a football-related incident as well. He took an absolute horrible knock. So
Bobby, you've just given me what I'm doing.
This guy isn't Brodie Kemp that had serial knee injuries before the ACL. This guy is a guy that is pretty fit and firing. And to answer your question about X Factor, Motlop probably is X Factor, right? But top players, high half forward, you haven't got an X Factor, and that is where players are. So Walsh, yes, X Factor. But at the moment, give me a game that Motlop's kicked 5-6 goals in. This guy is that medium-sized player that can play toe. So traditionally, there is always a player that roams. Dangerfield for Geelong that can move in the forward line and on the ball. someone that can be impactful on the ball and up forward. So he is an absolute jet. Absolute jet.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you. That hybrid type forward, the ones that murder us every time we play them. Well, the De Goey, the Heaney, those types. Yeah, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. Yeah, Martin does have X factor, but
This is it, right? That is why Carlton signed him. That third tall marking type player. That guy that can play the third and take pressure off Kerner and Harry. So for me, this guy, honestly, I don't get excited by young kids very easy. And I've got a pretty good hit ratio when I'm excited by someone. Do you know what I mean? If you remember this time last year, I was telling the world Nick Dacos is 2,000 times better than Jason Horne-Francis. And I believe everyone went mental about it. He was literally absolutely another level Dacos over Jason Horne. This guy is absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. Like, honestly, like, it was the first time I heard the Beatles. I had a tear in my eye. You know what I mean?
No, I'm with you. I
had the guy from
confirm.
Simply Red. Do you know what I mean? Singing.
Yeah. I'm with you. I can confirm that you do have a very good hit ratio when you're up and about a youngster. So no, it's we consider this we consider this the night of nights. The what I really love is that the sheer arrogance of the football club to put the BNF after the grand final. I love it. It's just yeah.
Mate, it is. I mean, to answer your questions, will he be there at 10? I believe so. I haven't finished my needs analysis of the top 10. Genuinely, I'd try and do a needs analysis when the draft picks are locked in. Because as you know, the AFL is cooked and people will trade these picks. But I think there's a high likelihood he will be in and around 10. In and around 10. Because I think Wardlaw, I don't believe in Stratus having his repeat foot injuries and all them others. I don't believe the media hype that they'll fall because they are just too good to fall.
No, I'm with you.
But then you've got Cam McKenzie. Do you know what I mean?
Cam
McKenzie, players like that who Carlton could slip. He will get to 10 over clubs, will question his kicking. I don't think teams will, though, question his kicking. This is where I disagree strongly with Cal Toomey. And I'm not saying Cal Toomey doesn't know what he wants, but I do believe, to quote him this time last year, Jason Horne-Francis is up there with Sam Walsh. So maybe do start questioning the guy. Where I'm telling you, the position he plays, it's the final third of the ground. And you're looking at high kicking efficiency from people behind where he plays. Midfield, particularly high halfback, is where predominantly you want your best ball users. He ain't kicking inside 50. You're kicking it to him. And I think year one, he will play in the pocket. I think you look at Carlton, Durden and Owies don't work. Because you don't have two defensive forwards. You have 1 and 2 goal kickers. This guy's pure goal kicking and game-changing ability that way. It allows Jesse Motlop to play a bit higher up the ground and work up. So it's a no-brainer for me. But I wouldn't be surprised looking at the draft order. Right, let's just bring it up on screen so I've got it right. I would say if I'm looking Bailey Humphries, I'd say Gold Coast lose Rankine. And Sheasel's not there. They'll probably have a sniff. Port Adelaide could surprise the world. I don't think they will. But they could surprise the world and go him. I think they'll go Philippou. But they could do. They probably need him as well. No Robbie Gray. There's a lot of teams will be interested in him. I just feel when you start breaking the order down in top 10 players, there is a great argument that Bailey Humphrey Luckily, some of a lot of them teams have that position, but need on-ballers, and there's a lot of on-ballers in the top 10, and that's something we don't need. That is something we don't need.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. I think, like I said, I said it earlier. I think we're at the stage now where we need to draft for a need. If we get to pick 10, I don't think it's the time. And I actually heard David Noble actually was speaking about this today, saying that it's shifted now. The landscape has shifted with clubs now using their pick to draft for a need. And I'm like, well, hello, that's what Geelong have been doing for donkeys, which is
Forever.
why they're so good. Like they don't care whether they've got pick 1 or pick 50. They'll pick the player that they need. And I look at it and I say, if we get to pick 10, what are our weaknesses? The high half forward role, small forward, wing, those types of roles. Well, I love it. I love that they're going to, or hopefully going to, start picking on a needs basis, because all things being equal, right? You can talk about injuries all you like, but all things being equal, if our players are fit, we actually don't need that much. We actually don't need that much to take that next step. Because I will sit there and know I'm probably biased, whatever. We all are. That's why we're here watching this on a Friday night, right? I think we played some of the best football this year. I genuinely believe we played some of the best football. I actually had a Collingwood mate message me saying that third quarter in round 23, he said that is the best football he has seen from any team this season, that third quarter. And I agreed. And I think we did that a lot. So we actually don't need that much. It's just we need a bit of luck. But I think a player like a Bailey Humphries, or that young player who can just come in and just nestle in nicely in that spot with not high expectations, or ball use is going to be great. We're going to get lots of inside 50s. Harry and Charlie will take all the attention away, and this kid can just mosey on through. You might be looking at a kid like that who could win the Rising Star, a la Jaden Stevenson.
Mate, spot on. I mean, I don't think I will say this now. Will Ashcroft won't win the Rising Star. I don't think he will at all.
Yeah.
I don't think he's the type of player. I've watched a lot of Will Ashcroft, and he is blindingly good. But looking at Nick Dacos, it's obvious how these players do. Do you know what I mean? So I think what you'll see is someone like this. People are asking about wingers. This guy here is probably my favourite inside midfielder, Jai Clark. Absolutely impeccable Geelong Falcons player. This guy has legit nothing wrong with him. Depending on whose draft board you believe, some people have him going 6, 7. Some people have him slipping to 11, 12. But this guy here, strong-bodied, elite engine, can play on the outside, can play on the inside, as they've just come back. And the other one is Ollie Hollins, who is probably a more exciting Lockie O'Brien. Better foot skills, better kicking efficiency than him. And the big plus, this guy tackles like a Trojan. Exceptionally good defensively. Loves penetrating inside 50. Yes, I used penetrate. But we are back.
Now, I will say that with Jai Clark, he is the sole reason that Geelong are linked to that Bose and pick 7 deal. You can put your house on it. If Geelong get pick 7, they're taking Jai Clark with pick 7. Put your house on it. As far as what Chris is saying, they're not sure we could expect a first-year player to take us top 4. It's not about that. It's reflect back to Jaden Stevenson's year with Collingwood. They were a top team, and he just was the cherry on top. Kicked, 20 plus, whatever, how many goals he kicked. It's the same with what Jack Ginnivan did this year. For a second-year player to kick the amount of goals he did is huge. They're a top team. That's what we need now. And I think that's what he can do. And Gavin, in response to you, fuck Geelong, mate. It's a shithole of a town. All right? I'm with you. All right? It is just great football club, horrendous town. I tell you what, you want to talk about clubs don't want to be sent to Tassie? I wouldn't want to send my child to Geelong for any amount of money. Absolute joke of a town.
You know what? To answer Austin as well. You know what's weird is I can actually hear them talking over him on the stream. Like that's crazy. I could hear people actually on the front row.
And
Well,
so
there
you
you
got
are.
the
Cripps has won the Carltonian Award. We might as well change the name of this to Patrick Cripps Night.
well, you do know if Cripps wins it tonight, I think he's only one off Big Nick for best and fairest. So maybe in a generation's time, there could be the Nicholls Cripps medal or something. I don't know.
Can you imagine?
We'd have to wait for all the boomers to die off before they did that, but
Yeah, if Cripps wins it now, he's joined with Bruce Dool.
yep.
One more off the big man.
Mm.
So where
what's
are we now?
What's our next award?
Hey, Cripper taking the piss.
Jeez. What's he gonna do with all these glass little trophy
You know, one
things?
thing I'll say, and Amy's right here, it's just the people with microphone. If you're not captivating an audience and they're talking over you, I would allude that's on you.
Yeah, that is on you. Is that Jason Richardson? Is that his name, this bloke?
The bald-headed guy.
Yeah. Can anyone confirm? Is that his name?
I'll tell you now. I'm just reading the case notes. Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Sam Doc, Spirit of Carlton Award, well deserved.
There we
We
are.
knew that-
I think we all got that right in chat.
Yeah. I had to
Well
be.
done, chat.
It had to be.
Best
So is
chat
that-
in the world, this.
So that's Doc's first award for the night, I believe.
Well, yeah, no accounting for class.
Yeah, and it won't be his last. And it won't be his last. I can tell you that right now. He'll definitely be on the podium for.
This reminds me at school, right? That we used to have the Sportsman Award of the Year, and I was a 3-year golf captain, and I won a few awards. But there used to be a kid called Sam Gilbert who played rep cricket, played for England at the World Cup in the under 17s and under 19s. And we used to call it the Sam Gilbert Award for being Sam Gilbert. He just won awards that we didn't even know about. It was and this award is for the guy that shows the most commitment in training, Sam Gilbert. And that's what the Cripper is, isn't it? He's just winning everything.
Just taking the piss. I love it. He's going to need a new cabinet when he gets home.
Sonny!
Hey!
Richardson's lost. He's like, where do I go? Hey, his mic's not turned on.
Leaders.
So we've got Wheater and Inside. They're doing an interview.
Wiedering, Walsh, Kerno.
Oh, it's the All Australians.
Walsh didn't make All Australian, did he? Squad.
He made the 44, didn't he?
Yeah, he made the 40, yeah. I guess that'll do. Sard forget to rock up, did he?
Well, I mean, they've forgotten him about in the voting, haven't they?
To answer that question that's just come up, Hypnosis, I'll give you a clue. Who's won the most best and fairest at our football club? Is that who you're asking, or in general in the AFL? Because for our football club, the clue is it's in the name of the award, who's won the most. But I don't know, as far as the league goes, that's a great question. I don't know who's won the most in the league.
Who would it be?
Who was a really good player playing for
Skilton win 4?
I don't know.
I mean 3.
In the AFL, yeah. Let me have a look. I'll look it up. Whilst they're talking to these fine young gentlemen, I'll have a look.
I think Skilton 3.
That's That's Brownlow's. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously,
But
I
I'm
know
looking,
he's won the most Brownlows. I mean,
but we're talking
best
about club
John
best and
Nicholls.
fairest. Like who's won the most club best and fairest?
Oh, I wouldn't know. I'd say most Brownlows though. Bob Skilton. I'm sure he's the record holder, isn't he?
Nick Rewalt had won six best and fairests. I don't know if that's the most though. That just came up. Nick Rewalt 6 best and fairest. So I don't know about
Yeah,
Lee
but
Matthews.
there was no one at St Kilda at the
Well,
time.
the reason I looked up St Kilda straight away is because I'm just kind of like, oh well, who's a good player at a shit club? And it ended up being them.
Brownlows, it is tied. The most anyone's won is 3. Ian Stewart, Dick Reynolds, Hayden Bunton Senior, and Bob Skilton. Tell you what, Pom, well done.
That's a good get. But I really want to know the answer. This is a good question. You know it's a good question when it's really frustrating me. I want to know the answer.
I reckon Lee Matthews is a great call at Hawthorn.
I think it's a great call. Yeah, Lee Matthews is good. Lee Matthews 8 best and fairest. So I'd say there wouldn't be many players who had won more than 8. But yeah, probably in our generation, Nick Rewalt seems to be the closest with 6. Yeah, eight's a fair effort. I don't think even if Cripper wins tonight, I can't see him getting 8. But no, that's a good call. Well done to those who said Lee Matthews. Chris, Dad, well done. Lee Matthews won a stack. Tony, Lee Matthews. Yeah. So well done. If I had a prize, I'd give it to you, but I don't. So
you got our respect, Hypnosis.
Yep. And you know
That's
what?
you got.
Respect from me can get you a long way these days. I can tell you that right now.
You know what? They are horrifically behind schedule. Good day, Tony. How you doing, mate? We should actually. They've gained a bit of time. Actually, looking. Well, no, 9:45. It should be the votes. Oh wait. Oh yeah. No, that's right. It should be the votes.
Good. They're doing all right. Nice hearing the young fellas speaking. What a quartet we've got there.
It's near bad, is it? That 4. You know what I don't understand about this, though, right? And I know that a lot of this is for sure. And call me miserable.
Yep.
But I think they would be a lot better at these best and fairests, skipping through it and letting the players enjoy their downtime with the fans. Like, I don't think you need this shit. Like, I genuinely, like, I've been to 2 of these, and honestly, I thoroughly disliked the length of time it would have taken. I think if you smashed the votes out and then gave them 2 hours with the fans to mingle and stuff, because then breaks are the best bit, I think you'd have a lot better product. A lot better product, in my opinion.
No, I'm with you. Yeah, I agree on that.
That's the best part, isn't it? Like, getting to know them. I mean, being lucky to be a sponsor this year, I can say the best thing is getting to know these players as people.
I couldn't agree more. And I think this comment from Hypnosis about the thoughts on best and fairest being underrated. I love this conversation. I really do, about best and fairest, and I think my opinion on it is, I mean, when I was playing sport, obviously not at the highest level by any stretch of the imagination, but when I was playing sport, I cared most about what the people who I was playing with thought and the people around my club thought. I didn't care about the league. I didn't care about the referees or umpires. I didn't care about any of the maggots, right? I cared about who I was with each and every day. So I think best and fairest are so underrated and not nearly spoken about enough. To be recognized by your peers, by your colleagues, by your bosses, that you are the best player or the best person in your role, in my opinion, it is up there Obviously the Brownlow medal being recognised as a holistic thing from the whole competition. But I think a club best and fairest, you are recognised by the people who mean the most, and that is who you are with every day. And you hear the language out of successful clubs about inside the four walls. We don't listen to external noise. We do what we do. I mean, Geelong are very big on it. They could care less about what other people say. So their internal awards, in my opinion, would be held far higher than any of their All Australians or any of their things like that. So I actually really love this conversation. If it was me as a player, I would love to get a Players Player Award, or a Coaches Award, or something that your colleagues and your bosses have recognized you as the best person in that role. So I think that's a great topic of conversation, because I do hear people undermining it. Oh, best and fairest, that's rubbish, or he only won a best and fairest. Like Chris Judd comes up quite a bit in this. Oh, he only won best and fairest at Carlton because there was no other good players. No, he was a fucking good player. That's why he won club best and fairests. So no, I think that's a really great topic.
Tell you what, just quietly, from my good mate TT, legends, big legends. Shout out to them as well. Sending them a lot of love all the way in Dubai. He has done some recon for us. The most individual PNFs for a team is Kevin Murray from Fitzroy. Won 9 of them.
Ooh.
Oh, well
done.
Is it. So thank you very much for the trivia. Sending our love to you in Dubai.
Thank you very much for that. And to all those people who I gave my gratitude and respect for, I take it back. You were wrong. It wasn't Lee Matthews.
Fuck you, chat. You let us down. Terry just spoke today, said he fucking hates Collingwood, don't we all?
Yeah.
Cripps says he loves our work. Told you Cripps
does.
wants your chat.
Cripps is on this. Yeah. Yeah. Love you, Terry.
We love you, Terry. Hey, I mean,
keeping the seat warm.
Well done, look. We're working hard. You're there drinking free piss.
Yeah. So, some of us have it a bit harder than others. But anyway.
You know what I mean? Some of us are grafting.
Where would you rather be? Honestly, where would you rather be? Drinking free beers at some function with Pommy and Faz, enjoying your night.
No dinner at our place for you tomorrow night, Faz.
That's all right, as long as you take the kids.
Don't feed me. Take the kids.
Yeah. Oh dear.
What's for dinner though, Mr. Farrell?
Tomorrow, yeah. What is on Sunday nights? For those who are wondering, Sunday nights we have family dinner nights. So what is on the menu tomorrow night? And don't say ask mum, because that's that's a bit politically incorrect. So what are you cooking for me? We'll see.
Oh, Lachlan, mate, come on.
Oh, come on, Lachlan.
Mate, you can buy your own beer.
Yeah. Oh dear, good times.
He's got taste, Steph. What can I say? He's got taste.
He's
got taste.
Loves it.
Mine and Faz use dashing good looks, my accent, our banter.
And again, like I said, this is a pretty big deal. I said it off the top, so those of you who didn't join off the top, the fact that I'm not actually wearing a hat is a massive deal. That I'm not wearing a hat, so I only do it for the night of nights, and this is, like I said, it's a big deal.
Do you know what I mean? I mean, I'd imagine Cripps is watching this with us.
Yeah, Cripper. Of course he is. He's got it on his phone.
I reckon he's there like this. Look, oh, this is fucking boring. Let's watch these guys.
Let's see what's going on. 100%.
He's like that. Say look. And Amy's right. Eating's cheating. Tell you what, if you're at that event now and you've eaten, shame on you.
Shame on you indeed. And you're right. And I think people do think we are taking the piss saying that they're crippling. The players do They do. They watch this. They tune in. Their family members are followers and members of the channel and all that. So the players do know what's going on, which is why we always try and be respectful. And we don't bury them as people. We can have good critique on their performances as professionals, but we never bury them as people. And I think that's what's important.
You don't know you've made it until a player approaches you and quotes something you've said that's horrible.
Yeah.
There's nothing better when a player knows you've said something.
Was that the Mitch McGovern one? Are you talking about Mitch
Yeah.
McGovern?
Yeah.
Tell us the story, Pom. I still love this story.
I've got to say, he was really kind, but we were chatting and I told him about Blue Abroad and he goes, yeah, I know you weren't very complimentary of my performances and my fitness levels. And I just wanted to say to you. And then he went into a story of how he loved the club and it was unacceptable and he was underprepared and he loves the fans. But I've never felt so bad in my life because he didn't give me the impression he knew me. It was halfway through that when he dropped that, I knew you've been very critical of my performances. And I'm like, halfway through a beer with him. Do you know what I mean?
Hey, John Hoover, you can put this up. It doesn't bother me. I did, mate. Cripper was disgusting last year. He was disgusting the last 2 years. I don't care. People keep coming at me saying, oh, Faz, you were writing Cripps off. He was dog shit for 2 years. He'll be the first to admit it. Why do you think John, you're not a big man saying, oh, Faz, this. Mate, I know. I've shared him myself saying, oh, geez, I can't believe I said that about Cripps. Of course I did. He was terrible for the last 2 seasons. Anyone who didn't think that he was, you got rocks in your head. And he's had a great season, and I couldn't be prouder of him. I'm so happy with him. He's a great captain, a great player, and he won a Brownlow. So get off your fucking high horses. Anyone who wants to come at me saying you posted this shit about Cripps, I did, and I'll do it again if he fucks up.
Do you know what I mean? You got to remember, we do say these things. Did I have a couple of beers before I saw McGovern? I did. In fact, he actually grabbed me a beer out of the beer thing because at the B&Fs, they have them in buckets. And that was when he dropped. I heard you weren't very complimentary of me. And I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake. For fuck's sake.
I love it. I love it.
You know what I mean? And I'm like, oh, great. Tell you what, though, there's nothing that makes you feel like more of a man when you realize that the player is way too big. And you're like, oh, shit. Let's hope he takes this well when he doesn't kick off.
Yeah. No. And you're right. And Gav, you're right. He was injured. He was carrying it. Of course he was injured. But you know what? When he gets out there, I don't care. You're fit. If you're out in the field, you're fit. And you open yourself up. It is what it is. Right? And I'll call it again. It's just no different people saying Teague was a shit coach. Like, it's just what it is. You make that call. As we look at the highlights, oh my God, this game against St Kilda, far out.
I've got to say, the most fun I've had, and I'm sure chat will agree with me because there's a lot in the chat who were on the watch along. How good was watching Carlton against West Coast?
Yeah. It was chill, wasn't it?
Like, I think it was the most easiest watch along we've ever had because we're about 80 up after quarter time.
Yeah, no, it was quite good. And as we see the highlights of that Geelong game where we had our was a third debutant for the year in Will Hayes, and unfortunately it was his only game for us. So we wish him the best, obviously. In regards to those questions, Cripps or Bont, obviously at the moment, Cripps easily. But if you asked that question last year or the year before, it was obviously Bontempelli. It changes. It goes up and down. But here we go. Round 13, the votes.
Who's going to get it? Tell you what, Sardi's got 4, though. We know Team Sardi's in chat.
Yeah. Doc with
Lewis
the 8.
Young.
Cripps with the 8. Whoa. Yep. Good get.
He should
Big Lewis
bowl
Young.
really well at this next 6 games because he really took on the mantle, didn't he?
He did. He did.
See, there he is again. Look.
Yeah.
Filth. Sardi, 9 votes.
He's coming. He's certainly coming.
Go on, Sard. Look at Lockie O'Brien. Lockie O'Brien, a lot of people slag him off.
Yeah.
He is absolutely killing it. Lockie O'Brien just getting them cheeky
Walsh.
2 votes all the time.
Walsh. Yeah, and look at Walsh with the perfect game.
Oh, God. St Kilda. Why do we have to relive this? We should just gloss over this game.
It's St Kilda is that game every season where I'm just like, kill me. I just don't want a piece of it.
That's where Sard will get a lot, Calv. Spot on, mate. You know, when we got battered, because I remember doing the reviews, he was the guy in the 4th quarter who looked like was the only one fighting at times.
Yeah, you're right. And I think, that dip he certainly stood out in that dip. Georgie Hewitt back on the board with good votes.
Look at
And
Kennedy.
Matty Kennedy.
Kennedy was sensational, actually, that Eagles game.
Nah, yeah.
Geelong.
Oh.
God, I bet this was a bastard doing votes for this game.
Yeah, I'm not sure many players will get full votes here. TDK.
My boy.
Oh, yeah, Tom DeConnie with the 8s are interesting. Now we've got the leaderboard.
I just want Cripps v Hypnosis to win a flag.
And just one more response to John, calling me a fuckwit and Tubby. Hey, I'm not Tubby, all right? But I certainly could be the other one, but I'm not Tubby. Oh, dear. Jeez.
I love Motlop. He's going well. But you know what? Gav will love this, my mate, because I've seen him getting into some in some YouTube beef about Sard. But Sard has officially, as promised earlier in the show, entered the top 10.
And he's there. He's in the top 10.
So I reckon you and Bugs Bell can reignite your one-on-one matchup in the
Take
chat
it away.
now. There you are, Gav. The football gods.
Zachy Fisher just knocking on the door of the top 5.
He's been sensational, to be fair.
10 votes separates the top 4, which is huge. I mean, it's going to be tight. This is going to be very tight. Could be Brownlow. Could be just repeat of the Brownlow. Cripps wins it with the final game.
You know what? They are really milking the shite out of this leaderboard. But let's take we look at this. I've got way too many things open on my tabs. Right, here we go. Here is the leaderboard from 13 to 18. Sam Doherty taking it out at the moment. Cripps, 137. Sam Walsh in 3rd. Charlie Kerno, the real heart and soul of this. George Hewitt, Zach Fisher, Matty Kennedy and Sard propping into the top 10. Harry Mackay and Wheater slide into 10. It's hotting up, though. 10 votes. I mean, even 15 votes. George Hewitt, if he didn't get injured, he could be a freaking problem.
Yeah. What a great season from Hewitt. And this is where I don't know, is there an award for the best recruit or best first-year player or something like that? I don't know. I know for West Ham, they and soccer, they usually have the signing of the season. Is there any award for that, do you think? I don't know.
Unfortunately, there isn't.
Yeah, because I think Hewitt would have been an absolute moral for that, judging by the votes.
You know what they should do? They should have that. Do you know what I mean?
No, I love it. I like where they do that in the Premier League and stuff, signing of the season and stuff. So
I agree that they should be. Do you know what I mean? They should have that. They should have that. I mean, Cripper winning this one, I think, would be fitting. We've talked about Cripps a lot tonight, probably too much for the wrong reasons. But I mean, I think what is beautiful about Cripps, the story, is I disagree with you in a way that Cripps was bad. I personally think he was bad, but badly managed. I don't think Cripps should have been anywhere near the game time he got. And I personally think the last 2 years of Cripps, I remember doing his review. They were statistically average, were average for Cripps, but still in the top 20. I think the biggest problem with Carlton at that time was the management. And I think that shows where we were as a club. Desperate to play our best players. What I've enjoyed this year with Cripps is not just the transition of him as a man, hearing him speak now, he's no longer that country boy. Country boy. He's now a man. And what I'm loving the early part of the year is the first time I've seen our captain play free, play without a care in the world. He looked like them first 12 games of the year. For me, it felt like Cripps finally believed in his troops, finally believed in the group, and finally had the group to back him up. And I can't implore Cripps enough. Like, I remember Judd. This is a controversial opinion, but I would take Cripps now over Judd then. I think Cripps is sensational. And I actually think them 2 years where he played under duress, I think he was mismanaged. I think David Teague is the biggest coward in the world because he had the audacity to pot Cripps on the way out, which disgusted me about David Teague. And honestly, I don't want to see that smarmy bastard anywhere near my football club after doing that. Because I think
that wasn't great.
Cripps played with injuries that could have debilitated him, which people don't understand when that came out. And I think he's learned a lesson from that. That I actually think that last year, them last 6 games where he was playing in his own words, constant injections, constant painkillers, will turn him in to a superstar because he had to realize he had to rest on his team. He had to believe in them. And you know what? They backed it up.
Yeah, and I think, look, not that I need to justify myself to anyone because I could care less, but it's true, like, whatever. But the thing is, I'm not an idiot. I know he was badly managed. Like, it was clear as day he was injured. But I'm not going to sit there and be like, oh, that's all right, love. I'll call a spade. You played terribly. I don't care if you're injured or not. He played terribly. It's fine about it. But he was horrendously managed, and it showed more about the club than him as a person. I'm saying I've never criticised him as a person or anything like that. He is. I'd much rather have Patrick Cripps than not. But it did show our biggest win. I think what helped Cripps the most as well is getting the likes of Hewitt in the team and Kennedy in the team helped Cripps a lot, because the thing that frustrated me most about Cripps, right? And it's still to this day, because it started to creep into his game a little bit this year. The thing that frustrates me the most about him is you don't have to do it all on your own, mate. And sometimes I feel like he tried to do things all on his own. We all remember that game where he had 38 and kicked 4 against Brisbane. Magnificent game. One of the best games you'll ever see a couple of years ago, right? Whenever it was. Best game you'll ever see. I don't want Cripps to be doing that every single week. And I think he started to grow, as you said, as that leader, as that captain, knowing I don't need to do it all myself. And the sooner he was able to do that, the better player he became. Because one thing that really pissed me off about the Carlton Football Club, or in fact, pisses me off about the Carlton Football Club, is the Messiah mentality, right? Of the go out and get Mick Malthouse as a coach. Go out and get Chris Judd. They'll do it. Because the Messiah mentality seeps into the playing group. You're kidding yourself if you don't think it does. So the players will sit there and look, oh, this is getting hard. Where's Juddy? He'll fix it for us. And it was happening with Cripps. Oh, we're getting beaten. Where's Cripps? Cripps, get us over the line. Carry us. Oh, don't worry. Cripps will do it for us. You will never, ever, ever win anything if you've got players on the field looking for someone else to do the job for them. And I think that was my biggest criticism of Cripps. He's kept doing too much and not backing the blokes around him. Whether they were good or not is irrelevant. You have to back the blokes around you. And I think his biggest evolution was that this year. He sat back and let Hewitt and Kennedy do their job. Let Walsh do his job when he came in.
Spawn. And
Gavin, that's what I'm saying. Gavin, that's exactly what I'm saying. He did that this year. He did that this year. My criticism of him was that he wasn't doing that. So he did that. He sacrificed his game for the benefit of the team.
And
Where what
I
he used to
think
do was
I think why you've seen a better output from the start of the year is because he sacrificed his natural game to go up forward. If you go in that, it's quite funny. If you go into the first game, Carlton actually looked better when Cripps left on ball and Hewitt started to pull the strings and Chera. And I think that's the biggest testament to him. But I think that Cripps, why he was so good is I think he literally had freedom. Like I keep saying, freedom. I think Cripps is a victim in the AFL of his own standards and this obsession with foot speed. Because I remember Liam Pickering, Teague's agent, released that statement on behalf of Cripps, and it was basically a slander article that he's not A grade, he's putting his hands up to play when he's injured and shit like that. That's what pissed me off because that comes from Teague. That's his agent. And,
yes.
And I disagree with you in a way, Faz, for the last 2 I don't think the last 2 years he was bad. I think, like I said it at the time, Cripps is going to play. And any player will put their hand up to play. That is, for me, that's not a player's responsibility. That's a coach's responsibility. And a strong coach would say, oi, fuckwit, you're no good to me injured. Like, I don't believe in that at all. Like, I know a lot of people blamed him at the time. Oh, he puts his hand up. For me, if you don't put your hand up to play football, I expect my players, if they're dying, to want to play. Like, if they broke a leg, I'd expect them to say, no, pick me, I'll play. And the coach says, no. So I think you watch Cripps the first half of the year, so free. And I think it's because he had a coach like Voss that ultimately believed in him, but also didn't need Cripps. I think Voss understands it's not a one-man show anymore at Carlton Football Club. It's not Cripps 40 touches or Carlton 40-point loss. He knows the best work Cripps can do, get 12, 15 contested football, and then play free. Play free. And I think you're going to see, I reckon Cripps could back it up next year with another Brownlow. Really
I'm with
do.
you. I'm with you on that. And like, I got to be careful what I say here. I knew how bad his back injury was, right? And Teague was a coward, right? And I did make the comment, being fully aware of knowing how bad his back injury was, I didn't think he would be able to get back to his best. So I was as excited and happy and as proud and as shocked as anyone. Believe it or not, I don't care if I make a call and I'm wrong. Call me the Kane Corns of Twitter if you want. I don't care. I'm so happy that I was wrong that Cripps got back to his best because I genuinely didn't think he could. Knowing, full disclosure, knowing how bad his back injury actually was, I didn't think he would get close to the performances he put in this year. And I think he can back it up. In fact, I think he can go to another level because when everyone's fit and all things going, when he was resting forward, I mean, he could kick 40 goals in a season. You look at the start of the season, 3 goals against Richmond, a couple against the Doggies. He was kicking 1s and 2s and a couple of 3s when we were fully fit. So I think he could actually go to that next part.
Mate, I couldn't agree more. And I mean, I think it's testament as well. The injury Cripps had is very similar to what George Hewitt had this year. And you see the big difference there. Hewitt was given, 6 weeks off. And the difference was Cripps played it. And for me, I always say this. Can you imagine if Cripps had to retire from that?
Yeah.
And,
with you.
And that's why I say, I will never complain about players playing injured because I expect them to put their hands up. They're professional sportsmen. I would be disgusted if I heard a player say, "Oh, I don't fancy it this week. My back hurts.
And that's why you need strong leaders. There was a player, I will not name this name, but a few years ago, who missed an entire season with a finger injury, entire season at a different club, missed the entire season with a finger injury. We went out and recruited this player and surprised that he didn't actually become good. To me, that was alarm bells. When a player's missing an entire season with a finger injury and then bringing him to the club, that was alarm bells. So it does happen, but this is where you need strong leaders, strong coaches to do that. Now, as far as the George Hewitt one goes, George Hewitt is the perfect example of how we have changed as a football club. Because I can tell you right now, he could have played round 23. If that was a grand final, which you could argue it was, he could have played that game. But the club didn't play him. And to me, that was yes, we lost it, whatever, but it wasn't Hewitt's fault we lost or him not playing. Him not playing that game showed to me that we are so far on the right track. You look at the grand final just occurred, the decision to not play Max Holmes versus the decision to play Sam Reid. I mean, not that was the difference, but that's what you rely on as a football club. I was so proud of the club that they didn't play Hewitt because I was almost certain he was going to play. I was almost certain he was going to play. And then they didn't. I was like, that's a big call. And then with Walsh being the late out before the game as well, to me, that showed maturity, growth, and ability from a coaching staff who backed themselves in, back the process in, and more importantly, back the players in. And you know what? We should have won the game, even with those players out. We didn't, is what it is. But no, yeah. So George Hewitt is the perfect example of what's changed because I almost guarantee you, if it was last year, Hewitt would have played.
And I agree. And I think you look at strong systems. Like there was a selection issue at Sydney, and they went, in my opinion, the old Carlton way.
Yeah,
they went
panicked.
with Sam Reid had a blinder the week before, give him another chance. And I think you've got to look at long term. Like I said it last year. Do you know what I mean? Big time last year. Why are you doing it? Why are you playing Cripps hurt? We're not making finals. The season's gone. Do you know what I mean? And I think that's a big thing. Do you think it was Teague or Russell? 100% Teague. He's the main boss. Like I always say this, fuck your selection panel. Fuck Andrew Russell. All this rubbish. Your Australian sport is the most bizarre sport in the world because it's the only sport in the world that the head coach can get sacked and everyone keeps the job. Every other sport in the world, everyone dies with him, which I think is a big problem in this sport because it doesn't create loyalty to the boss anyway. You know what I mean? If I know Faz is the coach and he's going to get sacked tomorrow and I'm next in line, am I going to try 100%? But if you tell me Faz gets the bullet, I get the bullet, I'm going to try. But at the end of the day, he's the coach. He's the one who's going to be fired. He's got to find the mortgage payments next week.
Yeah,
it
to me,
always has to be him.
To me, I mean, we're spending, I know it's a bit obviously an ad break, but we're spending a bit of time talking about David Teague, which whatever. But the alarm bells for me.
I'll never forgive him. I'll never forgive him.
The alarm bells for me was when he took over from Brendan Bolton and did the exact opposite of what Bolton was trying to do, just to get sugar hit wins. Now you can argue Brendan Bolton probably went too far one way. That's fine. But when Teague went so far the other way to get those sugar hit wins, yes, it was great. Yes, it was refreshing. We came off a 2-win season, for God's sake. It was refreshing. But always in the back of my mind, I'm like, this isn't really setting us up for anything other than mid-table mediocrity with the likes of a St Kilda, with the likes of, those teams who are just floating in and out. This is not setting us for anything. And inevitably it became his downfall. But yeah, David Teague, there's burning bridges and there's doing what he did with a couple of incidents that we obviously know about or heard about. And yeah, I don't think you'll be seeing him invited to many Carlton functions. So he might be there tonight, actually, being a past BNF winner. But he,
do you know what I mean? And I think what really excites me is doing this show for a long time, something I've talked about with Cripps is I think Cripps is a lot better than people give him credit for. And what excited me is I remember saying it when we did the Brownlow the year before, when we watched Wines talk about what he did. That was Cripps to me, needed to listen to that. I hated it when I heard Cripps had lost 10 kgs and was quick. Do you know what I mean? Absolutely disgusting. Absolutely disgusting, because I can tell you now, just from the naked eye, without even going into raw data, Cripps and Dustin Martin are as opposite of footballers as me and Brad Pitt. Their similarities stop that their face works. That's about it. And Cripps is Cripps. He gets the ball. He's tough. He ain't going to beat players with pace. He beats them with brute strength. And I think when we had our fully strength midfield, you saw how good Patrick Cripps is. Do you know what I mean? He can do the unthinkable. And what is great about Cripps is look at the games he killed. It was the hard work done by the midfield where Cripps then exploited space. Yep. And I always said this about Brisbane. People go, oh, that's Cripps' best ever game. And I'm like, watch it again. Cripps wasn't brilliant. What Cripps did is take advantage of a midfield that was being overrun. And he was like, look at this. They don't know who to pick up. I'll take the piss. That is, when you get Cripps like that, that's like prime Nat Fife. When Nat Fife used to dominate, his midfield got so on top that he could just start taking liberties. And how good is watching Cripps against Richmond? You know, when
he's able to go forward.
And he's like, come at me, bro. Come at me. I'll take you all on. Yeah, and that is, when Cripps is like that, in my opinion, there's no one better in the league.
Yeah, and that midfield gets humming. And I think some of the things that should fill us with a little bit of confidence, in fact, a lot of confidence, is the fact that in the last game of the season, no Walsh, no Kennedy, no Hewitt. You look at the job Adam Chera did in that game. You know, playing in that midfield role. These are the things, you know, and I'm sure the coaches are aware of that, because, you know, they haven't really made a mistake, in my opinion, that many mistakes this year. They know now if Cripps needs a rest, you can give him a rest. If Walsh isn't 100% fit, you don't need him to play, because you've got the depth in that midfield now. I went and I made the comment last year, again, whatever. I said, I think Carlton's got one of the worst midfields in the competition, right? And I stand by that. The way Teague was playing, we had one of the worst midfields in the competition. Going now to, I think we've got one of the best midfields. How has that evolved? Getting Hewitt in the team obviously helps, and Chera definitely helps. Playing Matt Kennedy, for God's sake. I mean, surprise, David Teague, if you are listening, play Matt Kennedy. Go back in time and play Matt Kennedy, mate. Come on. We now all of a sudden have one of the better midfields in the competition going around. So that change in 12 months to me was outstanding. And I actually am filled with excitement about what that midfield can do. Because I looked at the midfields running around on grand final day, and I'm like, we can match these guys. We can match these guys in the midfield, no doubt.
You know what turns me on the most? The most about my football club is it's the first time I've got good Geelong mates, Richmond mates, and the off-season, the banter's stopped and everyone kind of settles down. Our best 22, my mate at Geelong said, your best 22, if they're all fit, he was like, they're a fucking good side. They're a fucking good side. Like, he was like, they're tasty. They're tasty. And that's what excites me, because I think we forget, because we haven't seen it. 8% of our list was available all year versus 87% of Geelong's. Yeah, massive difference. Crazy. And if Carlton can get into that 70%, man, I'm telling you, I'm excited. I'm glad that someone had a pot shot at you, because I forgot how good our midfield is, how good we are. Like,
this is the thing. This is why I don't mind posting these things on social media. You know why I like posting these things on social media? Because in 12 months' time, I get reminded of things, reminded of what it was like. Come April, whatever next year, I'll get reminded of this on top of the world feeling, how we all felt when we were 8-2 or whatever it was at the start of this year. There was no greater feeling. This is why we post social media. It's a memory. We need to remember how deplorable we were last year. Like, I do not think we can understate how pathetically disgraceful as a football club we were last year, right?
Mate,
And my
mate,
tweets remind me of that. People coming
mate,
here saying
it's-
I'm pot-shotting people remind me of that. And look at us now.
It swings and roundabouts. Tell you what,
Oh,
some people in this chat have slated me when I said David Teague. I'd jumped off him at the start of 2020 massively. Like, we all get calls wrong. Just remember, chat, we all
please.
say things sometimes in the heat of the moment that are wrong.
Mate,
that
I'm
are
wrong
but,
a lot of times.
But remember, like you lot, when you have a bad opinion, we hope we're wrong.
Oh,
Like, I hoped David Teague would prove me wrong every day. Did I think it would happen? No. But you do. And,
Yeah.
at the end of the day, we move on because you know what? I'm excited because this time next year, we might be doing this and we've actually achieved something in the AFL.
correct. I'm with you. And you say, and you are spot on with the opinions about our football club and all that. No one on this planet wants Paddy Dow to succeed at this football club more than I do. No one does. I can tell you right now, if I would cut off a toe to be like, please, Paddy Dow, I want him to come good because he's a lovely kid with his heart in the right place and his head on his shoulders. But I just don't think he's good enough at the moment. But I want him to achieve. So these opinions, it's like the Stocker one. The Stocker delisting has been a very divisive opinion. I thought it was the right decision. Some people were shocked. All this, it's fine. The reality is, I hope he comes good. I hope he goes to another club and has a successful AFL career because he's a good bloke. Hope he doesn't do it against Carlton. But it's when you make an opinion about your football club, it's not like, oh, I hope we fold. Do you know what I mean? I hope Voss gets sacked. It's never like that. It's we only want the best. That's what we want, the best for our club.
Ben, as my pop used to say,
Correct.
opinions are like arseholes, son. Everyone's got one, and some are shittier than others.
Correct.
If you
Correct.
add
And
that,
if you want-
it always makes a lot more sense.
And if you want the shittest of shit takes, follow me on Twitter. I'm always welcome.
Now, to be fair, Faz, you've copped it from our fan base. Come on. Come on. You've got to be honest. I've said fucking far worse.
Yeah,
I don't even need you guys to clip it or find it. I know. I know for every Charlie Curnow call you guys get, there's me stood at Icon Park telling you that the kid we've just drafted, Liam Stocker, been moved to halfback after a year, has shades of Luke Hodge. I know. I make shit calls too.
Yeah, no, it is what it is. Yeah, but anyway, it's all a bit of fun. I wouldn't do it if I couldn't handle it. So it's good fun. I love the banter.
Finally.
Here we go. Young Corey Durden there. So that was a good win. I enjoyed that win.
If Charlie Curnow doesn't win this, right, club can get fucked.
Oh man, this Adelaide game. How did we feel about this Adelaide game, chat?
Up there with some of the worst experiences of my life.
I will admit, on Brownlow night, it was the moment I thought, I think Cripps has got it when he got the 3 votes in that game.
If you watch this as well, we called it.
Yeah.
Because Terry was telling me all the time, it's not happening, Pon. It's not happening. Yeah. Fuck you. We're winning it.
He was always getting 3 votes against Collingwood.
You know what's exciting about this medal count, and I hope you feel the same in chat. How great is it knowing Carlton will win this one?
Yeah. I'm with you. I'm with you.
Like, we're guaranteed to win.
Hey, we can't lose. That's for sure. Oh man, this game.
Don't say that, Faz. We can't lose. Fuck, mate. I tell you,
we'll find a way.
It's Carlton. Do you know what I mean? Gil's gonna fucking get his teeth into it and start counting Rory Laird's votes.
You'll excuse me if I'm not looking at this highlights of this last game. It's still too raw for me.
You know what? I don't understand. If someone can tell me, as admin of YouTube, how I can create a poll, that would be grouse. If anyone's smarter than me, there'll be a few in the chat.
I'm about 90% sure it was that round 23 game that put my old man in hospital. So
okay,
anyway.
chat.
So
I can't do a poll. I have no idea. Who are we backing in from here? So who do you want to win? So the top 5, Doc, Cripps, Walsh, Kerno, Hewitt, spam it in chat who you're backing
Jeez.
in.
I reckon Walsh has almost just taken the lead. With a
I'm backing Kerno. Come on, Charlie.
I'm backing Cripps still. I reckon he's going to get a full bunger here. That'll shoot him up.
There it is. Jesse Mortlop as well. What an ace finish to the look. Tell you what, Lockie O'Brien. The amount of times he just pops up.
I'm with you.
Mitch McGovern. He finished the year stronger than Winks.
He did. Doherty with the 3, Cripps with the 4. He's made one. I reckon. I mean, I haven't been counting at home, but I reckon Cripps has got it here.
Marksman, shout out to Jasmina. He just polled.
Yeah, he's on there. Ooh, Doherty's going to get big votes in this game, I think.
Sad 7, so you'd imagine it's going to be Cripps or Doc, innit?
Yeah.
Cottrell! Cotters!
Well done. Doherty with the 12! I think he's back in front.
I agree, Nicole. I'd love Doc to win it. I like just that's me getting old. If you remember when I first came on these shows, and I was like, "There's no place for sentiment. Sentiment's weakness, and weakness doesn't win flags." Pom's hit over 35 now.
See, I reckon Doc and Cripps are going to get bulk votes here as well. So, Sam Cripps. Cripps with the 16.
Cripper!
He's home, I reckon. Cripps 13. I thought he might have got a 16. He's home, Cripps, I reckon.
You know what? Here we are. Here's Anthony Richardson going to absolutely massacre.
What was the gap?
How is the suspense there? He's about 12 ahead.
Yeah. Final
Tell you
leaderboard.
what, in chat, we need to be able to be the host next year live. We'll have me, Faz, and Tori. Me and Faz will drink.
Adam Chera with the top 10 finish. Pretty good, considering he had an interrupted season.
Kennedy 9th.
Yep, another good season in that elite midfield that we're talking about.
Tell you what, honestly, I just want to lick Cripper's face.
Fisher 8th. What a season. I'm very happy. Yeah, I'm very happy with Zach Fisher, top 10.
Just remember, chat, this time last year, I told you Charlie Kerno was better than Harry, and a lot of people hated me for it.
You did.
Wow. Well, Sam 6th. Come on, Charlie. Get me a top 3, baby.
Where's Bugs Bell and who was the argument with Bugs Bell and
Bugs Bell and Gav were going at it.
Yeah.
2 people that I love very much with my entire heart.
Yeah. Nah, it's good. I like it. Georgie with top 5.
Come on, Charlie. Be in the top 3. Boo! Oh, that's it. Sack all the coaches. They have no idea about football. Get rid of them. Nah, that's a fair effort from Charlie. This time last year, he was cooked.
Well, to be fair, George Hewitt with the top 5 finish after missing the games he did at the end, that's huge as well. So here we go. So the third, is it Walsh, I'd imagine, is third?
Can I just say, you know what I admire about Bugs Bell? I don't always agree with you, bro, but you know, the biggest thing that I'll always give you credit for is you don't back down. And you know what? That's one hell of a trait.
I love it.
Greg, great comment this, mate. Great. And this is what I was saying in the middle of the show. Who do you think is our new recruit in the list?
Yep.
Because this time last year, I went back and watched one of the shows in the off-season. Loads of people were saying, trade Fisher, he's rubbish, he's shit, get rid of him. And he's really made good. So I think players like Cunners, Marchbank, who are serially injured, I count them in that Fisher category.
I'm with you.
Because
I'm with you.
I don't count talent until I see it more than once a year.
I think Fish had that patch. I think when we were going really well, where he was kicking 2 goals a game, getting that 18 to 20, 22 touches, 2 goals a game. Remember that patch that he had in the middle? About 3 or 4 weeks in a row. And every week, people saying, "Was this the best game he's played?" And yeah, I think he's very, very good.
I think the biggest thing this year, what I've really noticed is Fish almost started to get the responsibility. You know, when Carlton got injuries, he started to get more and more midfield time, which I think is a real testament to Fisher's endeavour and commitment.
Well, let's talk about this man for a moment, Sam Walsh, to get a third place in a season coming back from syndesmosis, missed round 1, missed round 23, took a little while to get going. You know, we all agree he had a good year. We all agree to his higher standards, he probably wasn't where he was last year. To still get third in the BNF after coming from a syndesmosis, I think it just shows the character of the man. And I can tell you right now, we think it's Cripps who's won his 4th. Young Sammy Walsh will have a fair few around his neck by the end of his career too. I'm certain.
I think he will. And I loved his year this year. I have an appreciation that I think for Cripps and Walsh, this was probably the hardest year for them because suddenly they had Shearer and Hewitt who suddenly mixed that up and they didn't have to do it. But I thought Walsh was incredibly consistent. I wish to see him a little bit more forward. At the start of the year, I really enjoyed him at high half forward. I really enjoyed him when he slotted there and rested. I hope to see more of that. I really do. I really do.
The thing about Walsh, his tank. He's just a runner.
His tank.
Yeah, it is. He's just, and that's going to put you in good stead because he's going to have games, big finals, where he'll get us over the line in last quarters because of his tank, getting from contest to contest. I think that's a horrendously underrated thing spoken about is the ability to run the game out and run the ground.
Mate, I agree. And question from Ali G'day. Do you care about players barracking for other teams when they grow up?
Look, I don't care. I don't really but I always find it interesting to hear their stories about growing up, you know, who they supported and all that. I don't mind that. I like hearing, you know, Cottrell being a mad Carlton supporter. I like that. I like hearing things like Walsh was a Brisbane supporter and his idol was Voss. You know, things like that. Does it bother me? Not really, but I like hearing their stories.
Now, you see, I'm with you. I couldn't give a shit. Like, honestly, I know it sounds horrible. I mean, I remember talking to James Cousins at the Hawthorn event, massive Essendon fan. His dad was like, oh, if you ever support Hawthorn, you're out of the house. And he got drafted to Hawthorn. And he said that when you're a professional footballer, you start to fall in love with the club when you're there.
Yeah,
and like now he's a manic Hawthorn fan. And so, like, for me, I think it's nice to have a Cottrell, but honestly, I don't think. I think in that line of work, they wouldn't give a shit.
Yeah. And Big Sam Doherty was the runner-up. Great season, great story. We love a bit of Doc.
We love a bit of Doc, and that means, ladies and gentlemen, Patrick Cripps is the Brownlow medalist and the John Nicholls medal. And I think he's won just about every freaking award at this event, hasn't he?
He's they're back in the trailer in to take his awards home, but
I'm pretty sure Cripps also won the AFLW Best and Fairest.
He just won everything. He's it's brilliant. But what I say about Doherty whilst he's on the screen, those goals that he kicked, absolutely brilliant. The move into the middle in the last 2 games of the season, what leadership to do that, to you know, yes, the coaches did it, but for him to, like a duck to water, straight in there, did his thing. I thought that was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
You know what, as well, anyone in chat, I'd love to hear your opinions of this. I just thought the most beautiful thing having Doc there was that first game. You know, that first game, that was probably one of my favorite moments of 2022. The fact he absolutely found the ball, didn't look lost, the fact he kicked the goal. I thought, in my opinion, that was the most beautiful game moment of 2022. And it felt like everything was brilliant, didn't it?
Yeah, look, to get back and play, to survive the cancer is one thing. It's an amazing story. To get back and play is another tip to that. But to play at the level that he did, I think he was stiff to not be all Australian, to be honest. The level that he played at after what he's been through is just you can't put it into words. And I think there's a lot of people out there who really don't know how big it is, and maybe we won't know how big it is until he's retired and finished up to reflect back on this moment. But I'll remember that goal he kicked against Richmond in that round. I'll remember that to the day I die. That's up there with the Chris Judd goal in that elimination final as far as memories. Not as, this was way more emotional, but it was special, not just to see him play, but to see him play at the level that he did. Yeah. You can see why he was a captain. You can see why he was co-captain when he was.
The big thing for me as well is I think, like, we do shows like this and things like that. And I got emotional last week with Paolo and Terry, and a lot of people have reached out to me. You look at Doc when he went through that cancer, suddenly you realized what you're part of. One of our guys is hurting. And I can't tell you, I know Terry on a platonic personal level. His hair is his life, right? The fact that when I asked Terry, come on, let's do a live stream and do it, he didn't even fucking double guess it because one of his boys was hurting. That Terry wouldn't cut his hair probably for his ma. Like, you know what I mean? Like, but the fact he did it. And for me, I think the most beautiful thing about that is it tells us what I was saying the other night. This community is something fucking special, right?
It is.
Do you know what I mean? Something special. The fact that we all had to do something for Doc, whether it was donating, whether it was a live stream shaving your hair. And I think that's something so much more beautiful than football, is that when one of us goes down, there is 100,000 plus people propping you up.
I'm with you.
That turns me on.
And I think that, we're not supporters, we're not barrackers. It might be a cliche, but this is actually a family. This is something bigger than barracking for a football team. And my reflection over the last year or even longer is that I genuinely believe in my heart of hearts that not many clubs have what we have as a supporter base or as a community. So much so is when people actually question you, why are you looking like you want to get a taxi to the Westgate, after a loss? Like, why are you so down in the dumps, and why do you act like a fucking moron when you win a game? Why? Because it's special. It's special. It's not a sport. It's so much deeper than that. I don't want to keep harping on about anyone who watched my Carlton People show with Terry will know. To me, it's my dad. When I think about Carlton, I think of my dad. That's what it is. I think about watching the footy with him. I think about crying with him like we did round 23. I think about hugging and being elated with him. I think about not being with him during the 2 years of COVID. Carlton Football Club is my dad. It is my family. It is so much more than just watching sport. So when Doc was going through what he was going through, it was one of us. That's just like, I don't know Sam Doherty as a person, but I tell you what, he was one of us. And I think that is what we need to remember.
No, I'm with you, mate. I literally think, like, Amy nails it here. We're all a family, brothers and sisters. And you know what? Someone the other day said to me, I agree with you, Pom, but there's a lot of dickheads in the Carlton community. And I was like, that's been a family. You know what I mean? Like, me and my brothers, like, we fall out. Do you know what I mean? Some of us haven't talked to each other for a few years, but that's been a family. Do you know what I mean? At the end of the day, we're there. And I think the most magical thing about our football club is we do dumb shit like this. 4-hour, 30-minute stream.
Yep.
On mute together, 188 people on average watching continuously. A 6-hour stream watching someone get let off bumping.
Oh,
The fact
how
that we
good was
shaved
that?
our heads, sent messages as well. Like, honestly, you have no idea how fucking amazing being a Carlton fan is. And that's regardless of if you believe with me, like my content or not. Couldn't give a fuck, because guess what? You're stuck with me. We're a family, and fuck me, it's great being a blue bagger.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. And I love that thing about families. Yes, there's a lot of dickhead supporters. Hey, mate, I got cousins who I wish I could never see again. You know, it's just Christmas at our house. Like, for fuck's sake, I got to deal with this. You know, that's what families are. You know what I mean? That's what you got aunties and uncles. You're just like, okay, yeah, you're my family. I'm stuck with you, but that's what a family is, and that's what we do. And whilst you might think that person's a dickhead, well, maybe someone thinks you're the dickhead. You know, so it's all full circle. And I think we're all, as long as we don't get too nasty or whatever, we're all in it together. And I think it's nights like tonight, like you said, watching Cripper win. Let's celebrate this season. Watching that tribunal watch was epic. I'll never forget that to the day I die. This is what we do. It's there.
Mate, we're
No.
cooked.
Yeah.
We're fucking cooked. But Cripper is officially the man.
4 times.
Filth.
4 times. Well, how many seasons has he played, Cripper? 8?
What is he now? 25,
8?
6, 8, 7,
8
so
or
what?
9?
9 seasons?
4-time best and fairest in 9 seasons.
Let's have a look. I will tell you.
That's,
2014, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 20. Yeah, 9. We were right.
Yeah. 4 best and fairest in 9 seasons. Wow.
Mate,
Wow.
honestly, and like, Jesus, like, can you imagine? I always think this, and we'll finish with Little Pom's Ponder, and I'll get everyone to input. You know what I always think is this season, we've had some incredible highs, some incredible lows. We've laughed, we've cried, we've got excited, we've got arrogant, and we've been put in our place. Anyone ever stop and think, and I find myself doing this when I daydream at work and think, fuck, can you imagine when we win a flag, what it's going to be like? Like, it's been mental when we've won games. Like, I remember the Sydney vibe and people PMing me and ringing me on my phone. My wife was going nuts because people were drunk calling me at 4 a.m. on Insta to chat. And I was like, this is crazy, bro. This is what life is. Can you imagine when we win a fucking flag? How mental it's going to be.
I have this feeling in myself that I'm a husband, I'm a father. I've achieved everything I've wanted to achieve in my life, pretty much. That if Carlton were to win a flag, I think that'd be it. It'd be like done. The universe could finish because I completed life. Like that's how I feel. That's how generally I've done everything I wanted to do in my life except see Carlton win a flag. And I think as a community, we're all feeling it. We've all got, everyone in this chat, you might have been old enough to see the flags. I don't know, but we've all got family members who saw the flags. We all know someone who saw Carlton flags back in the 80s. We need this. And I am so frightened, a good frightened about what's going to happen should we achieve this flag. Because we are fucking 4 hours or over 4 hours on a Friday night watching a stream about someone winning a best and fairest, 6 hours on a tribunal. What are we going to do when we win the grand final? It could be anything, and it's going to be scary, but it's going to happen. It's going to happen.
You know what I worry about is I've told Terry this. We'll do the grand final watch along, and then I am taking the camera and I am going down to Lygon, and it will be the world's longest live stream. Because I said to Terry, don't care what you say, there'll be no fan cams that night. We will be going into pub after pub, and I will be doing shots with everyone. I've got a GoPro that connects to any Wi-Fi. I'll be on my phone, 4 batteries, and I will stop that live stream when I pass out. And I'm going to be live streaming 4 a.m, interviewing baggers. I can't wait, man. And then we can look back at it in 20 years' time. When we go through another rebuild and be like, what a fucking 12 hours that was with Pom.
That's it, mate. That is it. That is exactly right. It actually was trending on Twitter today. I think it was Cam Dempster who shared it about the tribunal watch along, and I made the joke saying this is folklore. In 10, 20 years time, we're going to be saying, remember that time? Or Dad, tell us about that time that you sat up for 6 hours watching a tribunal. But that's what it's all about. When you do these recordings, they're here. This is our memories. This is our legacy. This is the legacy of the Carlton fans. It's not just you. It's not just Terry. It's not just me. It's the legacy of the Carlton fans. And it's going to be fucking mental. I can't wait.
Spot on. Like when you talk to Old Carlton, like me, I've talked to some of the guys at Old Carlton and they tell you about the stories and you can't relate to it. We're incredibly privileged that when we win a flag, my kids don't have to see it on black and white grainy footage and then hear how we reacted. They've got a watch along. They've got fan cams. They've got the reviews. They can literally go, right, let's watch the 2025 grand final. Carlton won by 32. Stick Pom on so I can see what it was like. And then I'll go on the after game and I can see all the fans. And suddenly they can feel what it's like. Like to me, it seems so fictional. I just imagine Rangers winning the title, but with Carlton people. So instead of people kissing me in the face, I've got loads of people going, crikey, good day, mate. That is the worst Australian accent ever. That's how I imagine it. And I can't wait to experience it. Sorry that all Australians in my mind fucking Steve Irwin. Just so you know.
I love it. No, I love it. I love it, mate. What? Yeah, you've got me up and about.
In Pom's mind, it's a load of people in khaki and a hat on Lygon Street.
Not a salmon jacket.
Oh, dear. I'm really sorry, Australia. I drew the biggest fucking stereotype. I sincerely apologise from the bottom of my heart.
We forgive you because we love you.
Hey, Eric, I can't wait to be old and cooked on this show. I can't wait to be them old people that piss me off. Going, it was different. I can't wait to be replaced by my son, and we've got Pominos Jr., and he's fucking probably got some device that makes a 3D imprint of the players and stuff as he's doing it. And I'm there going, nah, son, it's all about Excel spreadsheets in my day. None of this fucking fancy fucking 3D malarkey, boy. It was different. There was Cripps and there was Fisher. You know, real people that fucking skirted packs like Lockie O'Brien. Real footballers.
I'm with you. I can't wait to be on the other end of the argument that I consistently have with my father and my uncle and all that about, oh no, he's not as good as Bruce Dool, or he's not as good as him on the May. I never saw him play. You're talking to the wrong person here. Like, I can't wait to be on that side of the argument. What, Joe Bloggs? Nah, mate, nowhere near good as Cripps. I don't care.
Yeah, I can't wait Pominos Jr. doing the draft preview 2057. And me going, mate, the stats say he's shit. And him going, come on, Dad. It's the old mentality. Now we use these 3D printers, son. Can't wait for it. I can't wait to be that old cantankerous idiot. I am so looking forward to it.
How good. Look at us just just chatting away. I'm sure we've bored people to death in this last little bit.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's 4 hours, 20 minutes. Cripps has officially won it. I am buggered. And you know what? Thank you very much for joining me. Thank you very much to Faz, debutante on the channel in the big boy seat.
Ooh, and to impress, that's dressed to impress.
He was salmon.
Just tell Terry I'm coming for him.
Shout out to the gorgeous, splendid Tori who taught me lots tonight. So on Valentine's Day, I'll pick my wife out something very nice. Shout out to Terry and Kira and Tori and Jasmina for joining as well. And also, big shout out to those watching at home. You guys and girls, honestly, all year have been good. Very sad, Pom, here, because we've probably got about 2 watch-alongs left of the year. We'll have probably the draft, and I presume we have an end-of-year season thing. So I'm a bit sad, but much love. It's been the best. It's been emotional. Peace out, and go Blues.
Pleasure. Go Blues. See you guys.